Good afternoon and welcome in Virginia baseball fans as we get set for game number 3 here at day 3 at the Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. It's the Round Rock Classic here in the Lone Star State. Good afternoon, I'm Adam Hawes coming to you exclusively here on the Virginia Sports TV YouTube channel as we get ready for Virginia's third and final game here at the Round Rock Classic. And it's a big one because this one will determine the winner of this tournament between Virginia and the Oklahoma Sooners. Virginia has split their first pair of games in this tournament after dropping Friday night's contest in a top 10 showdown with the Oregon State Beavers. 7-2, Oregon State got the better of the Hoos. Virginia rallied yesterday with a 4-2 win over the Minnesota Golden Gophers. And perhaps surprisingly, coming out of that Friday night game with two top 10 teams, Oregon State would go on to lose their next two games last night to these Oklahoma Sooners and earlier today to the Minnesota Golden Gophers. So with the Sooners at 2-0, Virginia at 1-1, the winner of this head-to-head matchup will be the winner of the Carbach Round Rock Classic here in Texas. So we're just about set to get things going here as both teams have taken to the field to take to the national anthem. Let's listen in. It's a beautiful day here in Round Rock as we've been experiencing some frigid temperatures the last 2 days. Not exactly what you call baseball weather, but today couldn't ask for a prettier evening to determine this tournament. And again, welcome in if you're just joining us. This is Virginia baseball here in the Round Rock Classic exclusively here on Virginia Sports TV's YouTube live stream for you. If you're know someone who's trying to listen into the game, look at the Virginia Baseball Twitter. You can find the link and share it there and let people listen into this final game here as we're exclusively here on the internet as we get set for the final game of this tournament here. As I mentioned before, this game is going to determine who wins the Round Rock Classic. Oklahoma coming into today 2-0 with wins over Minnesota and Oregon State. Virginia splitting their first two games 1-1 in this tournament. A 7-2 loss to the Oregon State Beavers on Friday and a 4-2 loss to Minnesota, or a 4-2 win, against Minnesota yesterday afternoon. And so let's preview how the Cavaliers are going to shape up today against the Oklahoma Sooners. It should be a dynamite pitching matchup this afternoon between two highly touted lefties. We'll start on the Virginia side with Thomas Valinkis going against Cameron Johnson. But Valinkis had a tremendous first start in a Cavalier uniform last weekend against Rice in the Ponce Puerto Rico Classic. 6 innings, only 1 hit, 10 strikeouts, no walks, and 20 batters faced, and he only needed 66 pitches to get through those 6 innings. A much taller task here against the OU Sooners out of the SEC. Yes, moving from the Big 12 to the SEC this year after winning the Big 12 in their final year in the conference, but still very excited to see what the young lefty's got on tap today in just his second collegiate start, as the two coaches heading out towards the home plate umpire and joined by the rest of the crew as well. Brian O'Connor, of course, leading these Who's, as it's been quite a bumpy start, up and down, but they are feeling confident headed into this game, fresh off a win. And then Skip Johnson, the head coach of the OU Sooners, they're meeting at home plate right now, exchanging lineups, talking to the umpiring crew. On the other side for OU today on the hill, it's Cameron Johnson, another talented lefty, was the number 2 left-handed pitcher in the class of 2023 a couple of off seasons ago. He made his way to LSU out of high school, transferring in to OU for their 2025 season, and they've got big hopes for him. We've already seen 2 tremendous pitching performances by the Twins on this OU roster, as Kyson Witherspoon got things going on Friday night, and then last night it was his brother Malachi, both just dominating the opposition, as Kyson especially on Friday with 12 strikeouts and no walks through 7 innings. Wasn't as smooth necessarily for Malachi, but still 4 1/3, 3 strikeouts, faced 21 batters going up against a very impressive number 7 Oregon State team coming into this tournament that had 13 hits on Friday night against Virginia's pitching staff, where Jay Woolfolk started the game. So still an impressive outing from Witherspoon, Malachi that is, yesterday. And then the bullpen took it from there. They allowed 4 runs, but the OU offense, despite trailing early with a 2-0 deficit after the first inning, they got things going late. They scored 8 runs in the middle third, 4 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 3 in the sixth. Oregon State would battle back, but were unable to come over the deficit. Virginia, on the other hand, we mentioned yesterday's win over Minnesota. The Cavaliers also had to come from behind in that one, as Minnesota got off to a 2-0 lead after the top of the 4th inning. Virginia would respond with 1 in the bottom of the 4th on an RBI single from Aiden Teal. And remember that name, because 2 innings later, Teal would leave the yard. Virginia's just their 2nd home run of the season. Aiden Teal's first of this tournament as well. And he got the Who's out in front with his 3rd RBI, 2nd and 3rd on that 2-run home run out to right. And the Who's would not look back. They would add a run as well in the 7th when Trey Wells, making his first appearance as a Cavalier, solo home run to left in the 7th to give Virginia a little breathing room. And the Who's would go on to win by a score of 4-2. So that sets up a big-time matchup this afternoon between the Who's and the Sooners. And, of course, these are 2 teams that are fairly familiar with one another. OU, of course, coming to Charlottesville back in 2010 for that Charlottesville Super Regional. Cavaliers won the first game, but Oklahoma would win the next 2. Then in 2012, they came back in the postseason as part of that Charlottesville Regional, and they eliminated the Who's that year as well with a 5-4 win in the losers bracket. Then just a few years ago in 2020, both teams starting the year in Pensacola, Florida. Virginia, much like they did back in 2010, with a win in the opening game. It was a 6-0 shutout for Virginia, but OU would rally and win the final 2 games of that series as well. So Virginia, not a ton of success necessarily against this Sooner squad, but that's all ancient history, and we're focused on the now in 2025. Should mention Oklahoma, also part of the Charlottesville Regional a couple seasons ago when the Who's would advance to Omaha in the 2023 season. These 2 teams did not meet up. Virginia playing Army and East Carolina twice in that regional before advancing to the Charlottesville Super Regional. But we're here in the Round Rock Classic at the Dell Diamond, as Oklahoma has taken the field, and to the mound is Cameron Johnson. And as I mentioned before, Johnson, pretty impressive lefty coming out of high school, a highly touted recruit, made it to the college ranks, was at LSU last year. However, transferred after just 1 season with the Tigers, now positioning himself to be the Sunday starter for this OU team after the Witherspoon brothers went Friday and Saturday. Cameron Johnson has made one start so far this season. It was against Lehigh last weekend, in which he went 5 innings, allowed just 2 runs, both earned, on 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, and 5 walks. So maybe OU hoping for a little bit more command, but he was able to keep the hitters off balance as opponents hit only 133 against him in that contest. And we mentioned on the other side, it's Thomas Valinkis going for Virginia. But let's take a look at the starting lineups here while we've got just a moment, and let's start with the visitors today, designated the Virginia Cavaliers. So let's run through the starting lineup quickly here. Eric Becker, the shortstop, will lead off once again, as he'll be followed by Henry Godbout. Godbout batting second, playing second, and wearing number 2. Number 23, Chris Arroyo, the first baseman. He'll be batting third. He had a couple of hits and an RBI in Friday night's contest against Oregon State. Henry Ford batting cleanup in right field today. Jacob Ferentz is back in the catcher spot. He'll be batting 5th. Aiden Teal in center, the hero of yesterday's contest. He'll be batting 6th. Trey Wells, the DH today, batting 7th. First pitch is into Eric Becker, and it's called strike from Cameron Johnson. That's a fastball with his little sink on it, coming in at 94 to Becker. Didowick and Hansen rounding out the Cavaliers' batting order today, as Becker's in an 0-1 count here against Johnson. A lefty-lefty matchup. Becker takes that one low and away. Taking a look at Becker's season so far. Pretty solid start to the year. 7 hits in 20 at-bats for the sophomore out of Thiels, New York. Just 1 RBI. A little out in front of the slider there. Sounded like he might have gotten a piece of it. And ultimately finds himself in a 1-2 count. Has done more of setting the table this season at the top of the order for Virginia. Slotting into that spot, of course, replacing Griff O'Farrell, who's been a mainstay at the top of the order the last 3 seasons for Virginia. Johnson comes back with a fastball and just misses. Becker perhaps a little fortunate there. Looks like it might have caught the outside corner. Nonetheless, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 doubles this season for Becker in addition to the RBI. He's also scored 3 runs out of that leadoff spot as Johnson looks in. Pitching out of the windup. The kick and deal, and Becker goes down swinging as the catcher was unable to finish the play, but did reach out and make the tag in time before Becker got too far down the first base line. 1 batter, 1 away here in the top of the first inning. Let's set the OU defense for you quickly. Scott Mudler is behind the plate as the battery mate of Johnson. Sam Christensen is at first base. Kyle Branch at second. Dawson Willis at third. And Jackson Willits is at short. Trey Gamble out in left. Jason Walk in center. And Brandon Kane in right. Those are the 9 for the Sooners as Godbout takes the first pitch low and out of the zone. Henry Godbout, the second baseman, thus far this season, leading the Cavaliers in batting average. That has been an offense that maybe has not gone off to as quick of a start as some may have predicted, but Godbout hit the ball well, 7 hits in 18 at-bats to begin his 2025. Looking out at Johnson, that one's outside again, and Godbout's got a favorable 2-0 count. 7 hits, just 1 extra base hit for Henry Godbout. That was a double. Does have 2 RBIs. That came last weekend in the second game of that Puerto Rico tournament. He's worked a 3-0 count here as Johnson's trying to get that sinking fastball, which is sitting right now in the mid-90s, located here. And that'll be something to keep an eye on for Johnson today, whether or not he can locate that electric stuff that he's got. Everybody knows the potential, trying to turn it into a performance here as he does come back and just sort of grooves one in there. Godbout looked like he was taken all the way. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Chris Arroyo, the left-handed hitting first baseman and transfer in from Pasco Hernando State, awaits on deck. 3-1, Godbout turns on that pitch and just goes foul. Over there at third is Willis. He was ready to fire across the diamond. Instead, Godbout will make his way back into the batter's box as he'll face a full count. OU, the home team in the white unis today with their maroon caps. And Virginia in the Sunday best, the orange unis, white pants, blue helmets, and hats. The full count payoff pitch, Godbout spoils it by fouling it away. See here the deliberate, patient approach of Henry Godbout, a preseason consensus All-American, meaning every baseball publication who made an All-American team included Virginia's second baseman. Full count once again as Johnson looks over the glove and now goes into the windup. And another spoiled pitch by Godbout. Arroyo's going to retrieve that one as it deflects off the backstop. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Couldn't ask for much better weather here in Round Rock, Texas, after we had to suffer through some chilly nights and days the last 2 as a cold snap came through the Lone Star State here. Now a beautiful, clear 60-degree evening. This one lined up the middle, hard hit, 1 hop to the center fielder walk, but what an at-bat from Henry Godbout. He will end up at first with a single, and he's got Virginia's first hit of the afternoon. Godbout already his 5th hit of this tournament. Came in today 4 of 7 with a double. That one came late in yesterday's contest and also drew a walk. Sacrifice bunt that allowed Virginia to score a couple of runs in Friday's contest, and playing a pretty good second base as well. Gets his lead off of first now as Johnson looks into Arroyo, fires in another fastball, but Arroyo takes it low and outside in the opposite batter's box. The Sooner pitching staff certainly hoping to bolster their first year in the Southeastern Conference. Johnson a big part of that. A lot of potential on the mound between him and the Witherspoon twins. He does get a called strike. Went back to the sinking fastball there. Catching just a bit of the outer black. And it's 1-1. Arroyo a pair of RBIs in Friday night's game. The only 2 Virginia would score in that contest against Oregon State. But he's diligently watching here as he works the count in his favor at 2 balls and 1 strike. Godbout with the lead off of first base, but no real indication that he's going to try and steal with the lefty holding him on there. Does have 1 stolen base this season. Virginia hasn't had much of an opportunity to run in this tournament as Arroyo takes another one low and outside away, and that'll be ball 3. So Arroyo putting together a pretty good at bat here. We'll see if he gets a good pitch to hit as he comes into today with 4 hits and 18 at bats, has a run scored, and does lead the Cavaliers already this season with 5 RBIs. The 3-1 and another one low and outside. Got away from the catcher, so Godbout's going to take a long look in as he hustles his way down to second base instead of the leisurely stroll that Arroyo enjoyed as he draws the walk. And we'll see if Virginia can now put something together here in the very first inning, because they've got runners at first and second with just 1 out. And it's time for Virginia's cleanup hitter and right fielder today, Henry Ford, to try and keep this inning rolling. Ford, very good day at the plate yesterday as he was a big part of helping Virginia get those run-scoring innings going. In fact, keeping the inning alive as he takes a first pitch strike on the lower inside corner. Not much that he was going to be able to do with that one. That is excellently located from Johnson. Ford in yesterday's game against the Golden Gophers, 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored. The 0-1, and he drills this one high in the air, deep left center, but it's going to hang up long enough for the left fielder, Trey Gamble, to drift over. Henry Godbout heads up base running. He is going to tag from second, as is Arroyo, as the throw got away from the cutoff man. Nice catch out left by Gamble, but good heads up base running by the Hoos to continue to apply pressure for their offense here. And now it's up to Jacob Ferentz to try to make something of this inning for Virginia. So a long fly out there by Ford. Sounded good coming off the bat, 97 with a launch angle of 30 degrees. But there's been a slight breeze coming in just about all weekend here. Not much of one today, but still a little tough getting one out, especially towards the center field part of the ballpark. Jacob Ferentz out in front of the first pitch there. Slider that dove out of the zone at the last second, and Ferentz swings over the top of it. Ferentz, a lot of preseason hype coming into this year, and he's done fairly well. 3 hits and 11 at-bats. Had a rough night Friday night, though, and surprisingly, Coach O'Connor decided to go with Trey Wells behind the plate. Now Ferentz takes a strike, and it's 0-2. 3 hits for Ferentz on the season, but he's still looking for his first RBI. And now I think Coach Mack down at third, Kevin McMullen, wants to have a few words with Ferentz here. He swung over top of the first pitch. It was a slider off speed. That was actually a changeup from Johnson. Have not seen too many of those mixed in this inning thus far, but maybe throwing him off there. Good pitch from Johnson. Located it right on the outside corner as well. So Ferentz is quickly in an 0-2 hole. This is a good approach by Johnson. We'll see if Ferentz can salvage the inning, though, as Virginia has a run-scoring opportunity here early. They'd like to not let it go by the wayside. 0-2, Johnson to Ferentz. The pitch, low, out of the zone. Good take there from Ferentz as Johnson went back to that sinker, but it was low and out of the zone, and not much Ferentz could do with it. Godbout at third, Arroyo at second as Virginia puts some pressure here early on the Sooners. Can they capitalize, though? 1 ball, 2 strikes, fouled away. Just got a piece of it there. Another slider coming in, and a good job by Ferentz to stay alive. Ferentz, of course, in his 6th season of college baseball, the transfer in from Salisbury University, joined the Cavaliers last year. Thought it would be his only year in the orange and blue, but after a trip to Omaha and considering his pro options, decided to give it one last ride here at the collegiate level. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Inside, and you can hear the OU faithful here, who they've certainly got the shortest distance to go and the most fans that you see here. They wanted that strike call, but looking like a few inches off the plate, according to the home plate umpire Christopher Griffith this afternoon. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Another one low and inside. Godbout watching carefully as Mudler behind the plate had to block that one and keep it close to make sure he didn't allow the first run to come home. Going back to the off-speed there did Johnson. And so now Ferentz has a full count. Big pitch coming. Runners not forced to go necessarily, but they may try to get a head start here depending on how this pitch goes. As Ferentz goes down swinging, another slider there. Excellent pitch from Johnson, diving at the back foot of Ferentz. Second strikeout of the inning. Virginia strands a pair of base runners. Early opportunity for the Cavaliers that they let slip away, but still a lot of baseball to be played here in day 3 here at the Round Rock Classic at the Dell Diamond. We will step aside for just a moment. You'll hear the sounds of the stadium. We'll come back with the bottom of the first inning as we listen to Virginia baseball here at the Round Rock Classic. Welcome back in. It's Virginia baseball here in day 3 on game 3 for the Who's in the Round Rock Classic here at the Dell Diamond, home of the Round Rock Express. And let's go ahead and set the OU batting order quickly for you here while we're in between innings, as Jason Walk, the center fielder, is going to lead things off for OU. Jackson Willits, the shortstop, will bat second. Trey Gamble, the left fielder, will bat third. Easton Carmichael, the DH, he'll bat cleanup. Sam Christensen is at first base and batting 5th today. Kyle Branch, second baseman, batting 6th. Scott Mudler, the catcher, he's behind him in the 7th spot. Brandon Kane batting 8th and right. And Dawson Willis, the third baseman, will round out the order, batting ninth. And on the mound for Virginia today, freshman lefty Tomas Valinkis, 6'2" lefty freshman, hometown of Lockport, Illinois, coming out of the Baylor School last year, the 2024 Gatorade Tennessee Baseball Player of the Year. And in his first start as a Cavalier, looked every bit the part of the ace. 1-0 already, one start, 6 innings, 1 hit, 10 strikeouts, no runs allowed. We'll see what he's got in store for start number 2 as walk, shows bunt, pulls back, and Valinkis fires in a fastball for a first called strike. Jason Walk on the season, having a good start to the year. 9 hits in 21 at-bats. Valinkis, pretty good looking pitch. Ferentz was unable to hold on to it, and it's called a ball just out of the zone. 9 hits, 21 at-bats, has also scored 7 runs already through 5 games. Walk, 2 RBIs as well. Going to the off-speed there. Changeup that just misses off the plate, and he's worked a favorable count at 2-1. Well, you can tell by the 66 pitches thrown in his first start, Valinkis is going to pound that strike zone. Only allowing the 1 hit. Walk fouls that one away. We'll see how the Sooners approach him, as we saw Walk square up on the first pitch, maybe trying to shrink the zone a little bit, but Valinkis still throwing hard already in the mid-90s, 94 on that last one, a fastball right in the heart of the zone. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's working quickly. Just missed inside again. Boy, even when he misses, it's not by much here on these last couple of pitches. But Walk is going to draw a full count, and he'll try to set the table here for the Sooners in the bottom of the first inning. Fouled away again. This one straight to the backstop, deflects right to Ferentz, who tosses it back out. So it's Walk, Willits, and Gamble, the 3 hitters in the order today for OU. 3-2. Called strike 3, no doubt about that one. Came back with the fastball touching 95, and Walk couldn't help but watch it come through, and the home plate umpire rings him up. Tomas Valinkis, the 2023 and 2024 Division II AA Mr. Baseball in his senior year at the Baylor School, compiled an 8-0 record and a 1.14 ERA. The #1 left-handed pitcher out of the state of Illinois. Good start for him here, and another fastball that catches the knees of Jackson Willits, the shortstop. First 2 hitters in the lineup today, switch hitters for OU, Walk and Willits, both batting from the right side against the lefty Valinkis, and quickly an 0-2 count here as Valinkis is showing off that velocity early here. 96 on that last one, and a little bit of sinking action as well, tailing away from the right-handed hitters here. Let's see what he goes with here in the 0-2 with a few pitches to play with now. And he just goes back to the heater, blows it by Willits. And the first 2 batters, victims of Tomas Valinkis, looking strong to start this game for the Cavaliers. Let's set the Virginia defense for you quickly. Jacob Ferentz is behind the plate once again today. Chris Arroyo over at first base. Henry Godbout at second. Luke Hansen back in the lineup today. He came off the bench yesterday, as he's now back in the starting 9. First pitch from Valinkis to Trey Gamble is swung on and miss. Again, just a steady diet of fastballs here early. Eric Becker's out at short. Harrison Didowick gets the nod in left field today. Aiden Teal in center, and Henry Ford in right. 0-1. Slider that time, and apparently just a bit high, according to the home plate umpire. So a 1-1 as Trey Gamble tries to get the offense going for OU. Fastball off the edge of the plate that time, and a favorable hitter's count here. 2 balls and 1 strike. A great start to the year for Gamble as well. 5 hits, 11 at-bats, 5 runs scored, also has 3 RBIs. 2-1. Ground ball to the right side. A couple of big hops over to Henry Godbout. Fires over to Arroyo in time. And how about a 1-2-3 inning for the freshman lefty Tomas Valinkis. And the Hoos are going to get a chance to go against Cam Johnson here once again. Scoreless first inning. It's game number 3 in the championship game de facto here at the Round Rock Classic at the Dell Diamond. Back in just a moment. Two young left-handed pitchers, 2 impressive opening innings. 1 hit for the Hoos, no hits for the Sooners as Tomas Valinkis, a 1-2-3 first inning with 2 strikeouts at the top of the Sooners order. Virginia got a couple of runners on between a single by Henry Godbout and a walk by Chris Arroyo. Unable to bring them home though. And now Johnson will throw his second inning of work here. The lefty coming back on to face Aiden Teal, who was the hero of yesterday's contest. Johnson did take quite a few pitches to get through that first inning, 27, so it'll be interesting to see how the Sooners manage his workload today. Lasted 5 innings in his last start last weekend. So first pitch is low and away to Teal. 3 RBIs yesterday for Aiden Teal. A single that got the Cavaliers on the board. And then a 2-run home run that gave them the lead. Batting with a 1-0 count here. And he takes that one low and inside. And Johnson going to have to work on that command. And that is really the only thing holding him back right now. You can see the stuff already. But last weekend in his first start against Lehigh, 5 innings, 5 walks to 3 strikeouts. Already with a couple today, but in a 3-0 count here to Aiden Teal, who has started the year strong, taking over the everyday center field spot, batting 6th today with 6 hits in his first 5 games. 3-0. Waited on that one, thought about offering at it, maybe a little inside for his liking, and he's going to take strike 1. Couple of lefties with sinking fastballs, Johnson and Valinkis. That one coming in at 92 from Johnson. Teal, ground ball left side and snagged by Willett's long throw, and no chance there. Nice job to knock that one down, but not only with Teal's speed, but that throw really just impossible to get enough on it and enough on it to get Teal. So that's a single for Aiden Teal. Second hit of the day for the Cavaliers, and they've got the leadoff runner on. Let's see what they do with it. And back-to-back in the lineup, the heroes of yesterday's game, because Trey Wells is handling the bat as the designated hitter. Wells made his first game appearance yesterday as a Cavalier and made the most of it. Earned himself another spot in the lineup today as the DH. He was catching yesterday, replacing Jacob Ferentz, who, as we mentioned, has just been a little slow out of the gate. Wells, not the case. 2 hits yesterday, a double. He takes that one inside. It's 1-0. also a solo home run to left field. Teal on first. Wells takes strike one. Beautiful pitch on the outside corner there from Johnson. Trey Wells, the junior from Omaha, Nebraska, and a transfer in from Wayne State College at the D2 level. Johnson taking a long look at Teal over at first. Teal reading that one, stepping back before Johnson's throw comes over. Teal tied for the team lead this season with 2 stolen bases. Virginia, as I mentioned, has not had much of an opportunity to run this weekend. 10 stolen bases and 12 attempts on the season, as that one's low and out of the zone. Wells working himself in a good count, 2 balls, 1 strike. I think we're seeing a little bit of what Johnson's got, both positive with the electric stuff, a couple of strikeouts, but also trying to locate some of these pitches. 2 balls, 1 strike. Wells goes after that one, fouls it away. Who's in it? Already been able to make contact against Johnson. 2 runners on in the first inning, but unable to capitalize. Trying to turn the leadoff single by Teal into something here. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Trey Wells. Teal's going, breaking ball, and it hit Wells on the back foot. Looked like a hit and run was on as Wells was going to start the hands, but that slider just broke towards the back foot and made contact. So now a promising inning here for the Hoos after the hit by pitch. That's going to bring up Harrison Didowick. Didowick has also not been able to get it going in the box as of yet this season. A big coup for Brian O'Connor to get him back in the orange and blue this year, trying to recapture the slugging he had last year. Slider, Didowick was showing bunt. He pulled back thinking it was out of the zone, but it's called a strike. So Didowick playing small ball here, but that's what Virginia does. Doesn't matter who you are in the lineup, you better be able to handle the bat. It's 0-1 now, here to Harrison Didowick. He's going to square again. Does lay it down right in front of home plate. The catcher's able to get to it, but the throw gets away at third. Teal gets to his feet quickly. He's going to break for home. The throwing error allows Virginia to score the game's first run, and the Cavaliers are up 1-0. Really looked like it was going to be a good play there by Scott Mudler, but the throw just got away from him. Dawson Willis was on the bag. Didowick, a solid bunt, just didn't travel too far beyond home plate, and just the errant throw costs the Sooners. Cavaliers on the board, and runners at second and third, still nobody out. So that'll be a fielder's choice, 2-5-E2, I believe, as Hansen fouls the first pitch. He gets away. Luke Hansen, the third baseman, number 9 hitter, trying to make this a big inning for Virginia. Pair of runners in scoring position as Didowick did a nice job to read that one as well and go first to third, or go to second after hitting first base. Wells is at third. Here's the 0-1. Hansen watches that one in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Johnson's pitch count all ready to start getting a little elevated, as it's now sitting at 41 with no outs here in the top of the second inning. Hansen, another guy that just has had trouble getting it going with the bat so far this season. Breaking ball called strike. Didn't like that call. He looked back. Now looks over to Coach Mack, shaking his head, but it's a strike nonetheless, 1-2. Virginia really needs some timely hits here this afternoon. Want to get those bats going as Hansen just sort of slaps that one foul straight into the dirt. Hansen only 1 hit in his first 16 at-bats, and again, that caused Coach O'Connor to go to Jackson Soroy in the starting lineup yesterday, but Hansen did work his way back into the game as a defensive replacement and did get 1 at-bat, a hard hit ball, ultimately a ground Ground out up the middle, though. The 1-2. This is a ground ball through the right side, and that'll score at least one. Dinewick hustling home, make it a 2 RBI knock for Luke Hansen, and maybe that'll get him going. It certainly fires up the Virginia dugout as the Hoos are now up 3-0. Not trying to do too much with that one. A fastball on the inside corner. He goes inside out and just pushes it through the right side of the infield for a 2 RBI single. Luke Hansen, his second and third of the season, and now Virginia poised for a big inning here as it turns over to the top of the lineup. That's got to feel good if you're Luke Hansen. Lost his starting spot yesterday, but comes back in a big way early here today as Eric Becker now gets his second chance against Johnson and fouls it away. So 2 guys in Hansen and Becker that mostly split time at third base last year. Hansen would play against lefties, Becker against righties. Both in the starting lineup today. Becker out in front of the off-speed there from Johnson, and he's behind quickly 0-2. Becker struck out swinging his last time up. Trying to find what was working for him last weekend in Puerto Rico. And Becker had a single on Friday night against Oregon State as well. Hansen, long look over to the pitcher's mound. He's going to go. Hit and run is in effect. Becker puts it in play. Hansen will be safe at second. Only player for the second baseman, Kyle Branch, is at first base. So executed well there with 2 strikes. Becker puts the ball in play when Hansen was in motion. And now the Cavaliers have another runner in scoring position. And that'll bring up Henry Godbout. 3 runs home already this inning for Virginia. That began with an Aiden Teal single. Godbout takes the first pitch, off speed. Talking to the home plate umpire, that one looked like it was squarely in the strike zone, though, as it's 0-1. Godbout a single his first time up. Was able to get in scoring position. Cavaliers couldn't quite capitalize, though. 0-1. That one runs in. It bounced. I thought it might have hit Godbout at first, but instead just bounced up and hit Mudler's mitt. So it's ball, 1 and 1 strike. Went to the changeup that time. The third pitch we've seen mixed in a bit from Cam Johnson, who's now laboring through a lengthy second inning already here. Does have 1 out, though, but Virginia's got a runner in scoring position again. Breaking ball, Godbout watches it in for ball 2. You see the diligent approach of Virginia's leading hitter coming into today's contest. Godbout has also drawn 2 walks and has been hit by a pitch. He's only struck out once this season. One of the toughest guys to strike out in the ACC last season. Watches that one in the dirt, and it's 3-1. Chris Arroyo on deck, heart of the Cavalier order. They're thinking a big inning here. Hansen with a 2 RBI single. He stands at second base. 3-1, looking for a good pitch to hit. Here is Godbout. Ground ball up the middle. It's going to be fielded by the shortstop Willits. Strong throw in time to get him. Hansen does advance second to third. So a hard hit ball on the ground, but nice fielding from Oklahoma. Back-to-back ground outs for Johnson, and now he's trying to get out of this frame, limiting the damage to the 3 runs. But Chris Arroyo a chance to add to Virginia's lead. Arroyo, one of the prized new additions to this Cavalier roster this offseason. Takes the first pitch strike on the slider. Started his career as a Florida Gator, transferred to the junior college ranks last season for powerhouse Pasco Hernando State. 2-way player, and that's a big reason why he chose to suit up for the orange and blue this season. He's already pitched once and already has 1 home run as well. Leads the team with 5 RBIs as he takes that one low and away for a called ball, 1-1. One of 2 Cavaliers to leave the yard this year. Maybe a bit surprisingly, but has a chance here, takes a slider outside. Patience at the plate for Arroyo today, drew a walk in the first inning. The Puerto Rico native going long in the Cavaliers' first game in Ponce, Puerto Rico against the Michigan Wolverines. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Arroyo maybe a little out in front when he started. The hands held back, but watches strike 2. Catch the outside corner, and now Johnson's trying to get out of this top of the second. Defensive miscues and timely hitting by Luke Hansen have given them a 3-0 lead. Arroyo hits this one into the dirt. Johnson's going to try to flip home. The tag is in time. Wow. What a play there as Johnson fielded it with his glove and in one motion flipped it to the catcher Mudler. Looked a bit offline, but Mudler, it brought him towards the third base side, and so he was able to slap the tag down and put it on Hansen. They're going to take another look at this one, though, as it was certainly close, but because that toss brought the catcher close to Hansen, seems like it might have been enough to beat the runner, but we're going to check and make sure, because Oklahoma has not quite left the field as Coach Brian O'Connor for the Who's wanted another look at it. And taking a look at the replay, it's certainly possible that the glove never actually made contact with Hansen before he slid in. Tough to say from up here and on the replay angles. Home plate umpire was right there. We'll defer to him in this instance, but enough that he felt it was worth taking another look at. So could be a big play here. Virginia on a tapper back to the mound by Arroyo is either going to be taking the field again or will be up 4-0 with Henry Ford up and Arroyo at first. I think Coach O'Connor is maybe asking as well about the potential collision at home plate in that instance if the catcher may have been blocking Hansen's clear path to the plate. I imagine that would be pretty tough to determine based on where that toss took Mudler towards the third base side. But we're still taking a look at it here, and it's going to be a big call because Johnson thought he was out of the inning. He may have to return to the mound here after a bit of a breather, but Virginia capitalizing. Luke Hansen, a 2 RBI single, and also a throwing error by the Sooners, leading to 3 runs for Virginia here in the top of the second inning. Here comes the call from the review. Umpires coming out, and the runner is out at home. So worth a look, but ultimately the home plate umpire got it right, and the inning is over. Took a bang-bang play there, and quite a play by Cam Johnson to get the Sooners out of the inning, but Virginia strikes first here in the top of the second inning. They score 3 runs, highlighted by Luke Hansen's 2 RBI single. 3-0 Cavaliers. Back in just a moment here from the Round Rock Classic at the Dell Diamond. Three runs for Virginia in the top of the second inning, and so the Who's lead Oklahoma 3-0. 3 runs on 3 hits thus far for the Cavaliers. And a big one from Luke Hansen, a 2 RBI single pushed through the right side of the infield, helping to score 2 runs. Cavaliers also scored a run on an Oklahoma error. Already the second error by OU today. That came on a throwing error by Scott Mudler. On a bunt attempt by Harrison Didewick, Mudler got to it. Looked like he was going to get the lead runner at third, but it got away from him. Aiden Teal would score. Cavaliers strike first and lead 3-0. And now Tomas Valinkis, after a 14-pitch shutdown first inning, returns to the mound here to face off against 4, 5, and 6 in the OU order. And number 4 is going to be the DH, Easton Carmichael. 7 hits and 18 at-bats for a Sooners offense that looks impressive. This one is popped up to the right side. Shallow right, drifting back is Godbout, but Ford is going to take charge. He got underneath it before Godbout could get back, and that is out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out for Valinkis, who's looking pretty solid to start just his second collegiate game. 66 pitches in his first start, got him through 6 innings against Rice. He recorded 10 strikeouts and only allowed 1 hit. And now OU already playing from behind. First at bats here for their batting order still. Fastball runs in on Sam Christensen, and it's a little high as well. Christensen, the first baseman today for the Sooners. 4 hits in 5 starts. That one runs in on him again. Stands strong. Slider that Valinkis must have released a little bit early there. An OU offense that's been strong to start their 5-0 season so far in the SEC now. The Oklahoma Sooners, 2022 national runners-up to Ole Miss. Back when the Rebels won the title. 327 batting average for this OU team. Tomas Valinkis fires in a sinking fastball that sinks a little too low out of the zone, and it's 3-1. So rare sight here as Valinkis has fallen behind. 3 balls, 1 strike. Christensen likely going to wait for a good pitch to hit. He's not going to get it. Instead, he's going to draw the first walk issued in Tomas Valinkis' college career. We'll see if the Sooners can string something together here, as they came from behind yesterday against the number 7 Oregon State Beavers, so certainly not scared off by this early deficit, but now with the runner at first, it's going to bring up Kyle Branch, the second baseman. Valinkis, quick step off, slap tag by Arroyo, and they get him. How about a pickoff for Tomas Valinkis? Just whipped the arm over there, and Arroyo with the quick tag executed to perfection. Now 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Boy, that caught me off guard, as Valinkis, just a whip of an arm over there as Branch fouls this one away to the seats to the right side. Not sure if there been much tape on Tomas Valinkis' pickoff move, but that was dynamite to get the runner off of first base. Christensen, dead meat. This is a liner out towards right field. Ford's got to shield it from the sun, but he's in perfect position to make the grab. And with the pickoff, that makes it another 1-2-3 inning for Virginia's freshman lefty. Shutting down the Sooners after the Cavaliers get on the board in the top of the inning. Let's see if they can parlay that into some more momentum in the top of the third when we come back here at the Round Rock Classic. A shutdown inning from Tomas Valinkis, just what the Cavaliers wanted after they put up a 3-spot in the top of the second inning. They'll now pick up the bats once again to try to get things going offensively. And it'll be 4, 5, and 6 due up in the order for the Cavaliers. That means Henry Ford, Jacob Ferentz, and Aiden Teal. Cavaliers nearly got another run right at the end of that second inning, if not for the fielder's choice. And nice play by Cam Johnson with the glove flip to home. And Scott Mudler applying the tag on Luke Hansen. Everything had to go right on that one, and it did. Fortunate break for the Sooners. Tough break for the Cavaliers, but they had already scored 3 runs in the inning, and now they'll try to add on to that here in the top half of the third. Henry Ford put a pretty good charge into the first ball he hit, but a long fly out to left center. He takes the first pitch low and out of the zone. Henry Ford, of course, the Charlottesville native, a product of McIntyre Little League. Played his final year of high school at the Baylor School in Tennessee. Takes that one low and inside, and he's worked a 2-0 count. Another guy that maybe is trying to get things going here offensively, but 2 hits yesterday certainly helping that. 5 hits now in 20 at-bats for Ford. Takes that one out of the zone, just a little outside, and it's 3-0. And Cam Johnson is certainly getting that pitch count up, now at 60 already here in the top half of the third. That OU bullpen may be tested today. That's a strike. Really didn't look much different location-wise than the last pitch, but 3-1. Ford will be looking for a good pitch to hit here as Ferentz awaits on deck. 3-1. Ground ball, right side, hard hit, and it runs up on Branch. He's unable to field it cleanly. That'll be a single for Henry Ford to begin this third inning. Looked like it might be able to sneak through the infield initially. Branch got to it, but couldn't square up in front of it. And so on the tough in-between hop, just unable to field it cleanly. Would have been a tough play for any second baseman, and that's why Henry Ford has been awarded a single, and he stands over at first base. And so let's see if Jacob Ferentz can get it going now. He was batting with 2 on and 2 out in the top of the first inning, but Cam Johnson made him the victim of a strikeout in that at-bat. Ferentz takes the first pitch, and it's a strike at 93 miles an hour right at the top of the zone, 0-1. Well, to be fair to Ferentz here, Johnson has been all over the place, but has been nothing but pounding the zone with the first couple of pitches to Ferentz in each of these at-bats. Ford gets his lead off of first. That one looked a little off the plate to Ferentz, but a called strike again, and quickly he falls behind 0-2. This has really not been the scenario that Cam Johnson has found himself in too often. But Ford gets his lead off of first. Ferentz, we'll see if they institute the hit and run here. Ferentz goes down swinging. Got the fastball by him again, and just been a tough weekend for Jacob Ferentz here so far. 1 out now, runner still at first base. And Aiden Teal is the batter for Virginia. Teal, a single his last time up. He had 2 hits yesterday with 3 RBIs. Takes that breaking ball low and away. Definitely tell different approaches here to righties and lefties. Basically gave Ferentz all fastballs, starting Teal off with the breaking pitch there. Ford still getting his lead off of first base, has not indicated he's looking to steal so far. Back to the breaking ball, a little low, and it's 2-0. Teal, a single and a run scored as he was hustling down to third base, trying to beat out the throw from Mudler on the bunt attempt from Harrison Didowick last inning. Inside, 3-0 now. Cam Johnson a little erratic here. 3 straight strikes to Jacob Ferentz, 3 straight balls here to Teal. Teal with all 3 runs driven in yesterday. And actually, because one of those runs was unearned, he's only got 2 RBIs on the season. I misspoke earlier. Takes a strike there, 3-1 now. Ford still at first base after leading this inning off with a single. Cavaliers lead 3-0 here in the top of the 3rd. Teal pops this one up. It's a foul ball behind him and drops to the patrons sitting behind home plate here. Much better crowd on hand for today's contest, as you wouldn't blame anybody who didn't make it out to the previous 2 days. Frigid temperatures, a steady mist coming down yesterday as well, just about all day. Made for less than ideal baseball conditions. But now, clear skies and getting up to 63 degrees here in Round Rock, as Cam Johnson is going to step off to reset here. Henry Ford still at first base. It's a full count to Aiden Teal. Johnson looks over the payoff pitch. Teal goes down swinging. A nice slider there, got him chasing. Teal probably not expecting that pitch, as he had not really been able to throw it for a strike much in that AB, but a good job by Cam Johnson. And now, back-to-back strikeouts have him in position to get through a scoreless frame here in the top of the 3rd, but not if Trey Wells has anything to say about it. Wells, batting second last inning, was hit by a pitch, and he would eventually come around to score on the RBI single from Luke Hansen. Hard hit ball out towards short. Backhand stop by Willits. Throw to, well, he's actually just going to eat it. Thought about throwing to second, was going to throw to first, and couldn't make up his mind, and so it's a single from Trey Wells. Saw the arm come through and didn't see where the baseball went. That's because, and it looked like he bobbled it there on the transition up to the hand. So that'll be a single, but maybe one that Willits is not going to feel great about. Second hit of the inning. Ford goes to first, and Trey Wells with his 3rd hit in just his 2nd game here in the Round Rock Classic. And now it looks like we're going to have a mound visit here from the OU coaching staff, as again, Johnson's pitch count already up to 72 here in just the top half of the 3rd inning. 2 on, 2 outs. They're going to leave them in, though. This is an OU coaching staff led by Skip Johnson, Reggie Willits, the associate head coach, Todd Butler, and Russell Raley, assistants. Harrison Didowick, the batter now, and 2 on, in the same position he found himself in last AB, but with 2 outs, would be surprised to see him try to lay down a bunt here. So we'll see what Didowick's got in store. He's way out in front of the off speed. He held back, but still went too far and offered at it 0-1. Didowick, just 2 hits on the young season in 18 at-bats. Does have 2 RBIs, though. Would love to get one here. Breaking ball. That one catches the corner, according to the home plate umpire. Close call, but Johnson has made some nice pitches this inning after allowing the leadoff single to Ford. Wells a single to keep the inning going, and the Cavaliers put together a 2-out rally. 0-2. Got a piece, but ultimately ends up in the mitt of Scott Mudler, and Cam Johnson with his 5th strikeout. He strikes out 3 Cavalier hitters this inning and keeps them off the scoreboard despite a pair of base runners. Virginia cannot add to their 3-0 lead, and we're headed for the bottom of the 3rd inning. Cavaliers out in front, 3-0. It's Game 3 and the de facto championship here at the Dell Diamond in the Round Rock Classic. It's been 6 up, 6 down in the second collegiate start for Tomas Valinkis. He now takes the bump here for the bottom half of the third inning. Trying to protect a 3-0 lead. He did issue his first collegiate walk in the second inning, but he quickly erased that with a brilliant pickoff move of Sam Christensen over at first base. And so he got through that inning unscathed. A couple of flyouts as well as Henry Ford playing right field for Virginia, making a couple of grabs. Now it's 7-8-9 in the order due up for OU. That'll be Scott Mudler to lead things off as Valinkis kicks, steals, fires in a first pitch. Looks like he stumbled a bit on the follow through. A fastball that just missed low and inside. Not by much, but Mudler trying to get this inning going for his squad offensively. They've been held in check. Just missed once again. And even when Valinkis is out of the zone, it's by centimeters, if not millimeters here. Low, 2-0 though. Good AB so far by Mudler. That one's grooved in there for a called strike. You just see the potential right now for Tomas Valinkis. Freshman lefty out of Illinois, the #1 left-handed pitcher out of that state. 94 on that last one. Now goes to the slider, diving out of the strike zone after 3 straight fastballs and gets Mudler chasing a bit. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Interesting thing about these two teams, sharing a hotel this week here in Round Rock, and the two teams playing for the championship belt here for the Karbach Round Rock Classic. Valinkis went back to the slider, couldn't get that one up enough for Mudler to think about offering. 3 balls, 2 strikes. High and outside, and a leadoff walk here for Mudler. Well, Valinkis was certainly around the zone in that AB, but just never quite in it enough. And so Mudler is aboard. Mudler does have a stolen base attempt this season, but he was caught stealing. And with Valinkis and that potential pickoff move, I'd be surprised if he's going to test him here. The batter is Brandon Kane, the right fielder. Another quick throw over, and he got him again! Another pickoff for Tomas Valinkis. You can't be serious right now. Mudler just got too far off the bag, and it looks like this one might be under further review. But Arroyo brought that tag down, looked like it hit the helmet of Scott Mudler, and they called him out on the field, so they're going to have to come up with enough to overturn it. Umpires are going to go into the review here, as Tomas Valinkis may have another pickoff move. Well, looks like Mudler was a bit too far off the base, if you asked me, based on Valinkis' quick action over to the bag that we saw in the second inning. And so we're getting another look at it here. Arroyo bringing that tag down. I guess the question is, did the glove actually make contact with the runner? Because the throw's certainly there. A quick step off and a quick throw over. Coming in to Arroyo right near the bag. He swiped it. The question is, did it actually make contact with the runner? Now, they called him out on the field, and I'm not sure you can clearly determine it. They're quickly out of the review. Runner at first is out. How about 2 pickoffs for Tomas Valinkis? And he has been able to essentially eliminate his 2 walks so far. Sam Christensen last inning, and then Scott Mudler this inning. 1 away now here in the bottom of the third, and I'm sure that has got to frustrate Skip Johnson in the home dugout. First pitch is a called strike to Brandon Kane, the right fielder, the junior, making his first start of the season for OU and looking for his first hit this season. Swings through that one, off speed, and Valinkis is quickly ahead here, 0-2. No hits and 4 at-bats, but does have a run scored. He's drawn a walk and has also struck out twice. So far has Kane. Valinkis went back to the off speed, tried to get him to chase at 1 in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Kane, a utility player, infielder, outfielder from Mobile, Alabama. 1-2. Swinging and a miss. Fastball that time elevated, and it is Valinkis' 3rd strikeout of the afternoon. Got 2 in the first, and then coming back with a strikeout here of Kane. So 2 outs now, despite a walk. Despite 2 walks, Tomas Valinkis has still faced the minimum. Number 9 hitter Dawson Willis takes. First pitch is out of the zone. Went to the changeup that time. Infield off the lines, especially Arroyo over at first base for the right-handed hitting Willis. But Valinkis comes back with the fastball that time, and it's 94 miles an hour. No hits so far for the Sooners, first time through the order. This one drilled to right, but it's going to slice into foul territory. And the canned sound effect of glass shattering there. Everybody okay? Willis now in a 1-2 count. Dawson Willis, starting third baseman today. One of the few Sooners that has struggled a bit out of the gate. Just 3 hits in his first 16 at-bats, but does have 3 runs scored and 5 RBIs. Takes that one outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Louisiana native in Dawson Willis. Righty-lefty matchup here is Valinkis, the 2-2. Grounder towards short. Becker fields it on a hop. Throwing to Arroyo in time. 6-3 ground out to end the 3rd inning. So Valinkis has faced 9 batters. He's walked 2, but because of 2 pickoffs, he has kept the Sooners off the scoreboard, and it is a Cavalier lead through 3. Virginia 3, Oklahoma nothing. It's game 3 here for the Cavaliers in the Round Rock Classic at the Dell Diamond here in Round Rock, Texas. Back to the Lone Star State in just a moment. Top of the 4th inning, and OU will move on from Cameron Johnson after just 3 innings, but 75 pitches. The Sooners turn to another lefty out of the bullpen here. It's Gavin Jones making his 2nd appearance of the season. He's pitched just 1 inning this season, and it was an effective one, striking out 1, not allowing a hit or a run. So still sitting at a 0 ERA at the time being. Left-handed pitcher and outfielder for the Sooners, as he's listed on the roster. The sophomore out of White Oak, Texas, and a transfer in from McLennan Community College. Transferred in from that CC, which is just a bit to the north, up in Waco. 27 appearances in his freshman season with 12 runs and 7 RBIs, in addition to 8 appearances on the mound. So the two-way player here will face Luke Hansen to begin this 4th inning. Hansen, 2 RBIs already, goes after the first pitch, and it is fouled back. Luke Hansen pushed a ground ball through the right side of the infield, his first AB, and drove home a pair of Cavaliers, Trey Wells and Harrison Didowick, scoring on the play. That's how Virginia got to this 3-0 spot. Slider from Jones misses low and away, and Hansen is in an even 1-1 count. Good to see Luke Hansen check in with that RBI single. He had struggled to begin this year, but already with 1 hit, matching his season total. Swings over the top of the off-speed that time, and it's 1-2. Does have 3 RBIs now on the season. Guy Brian O'Connor really praised in the offseason. Hoping to see that come to fruition here for the Cavaliers in 25. That one thrown behind him, as that's a slider that was just yanked by Gavin Jones. So that 1 appearance for Jones came last Saturday. He actually got the win. Check that. No, just contributed to the win, as Hansen takes another ball there. That's a fastball high, 3-2. So just 1 inning against Lehigh, and that 1 strikeout in which the Sooners will win that one 12-1. Ground ball, couple of high hops over to Willis at third, and a long throw. He gets Hansen. Nice hands there by Dawson Willis. Couple of high bouncers on a chopper off the bat by Luke Hansen, but fielded deftly by the Sooners' third baseman, and there is now 1 away. So Cam Johnson got the start today for OU, but not in the zone quite enough to last deep into this one, as Eric Becker is the next batter for Virginia. Takes that one just off the plate. Fastball low, it looks like 1-0. Becker 0 for 2, but did put the ball in play back in the 2nd inning to advance the runner on a hit and run. This is a hard hit ground ball up the middle, but they are positioned perfectly, as Jackson Willits was playing behind the bag at second, and what would normally be a single for just about every other hitter because of the shift there. It's a ground out to the shortstop, 2 up, 2 down for Gavin Jones. Hard hit ball there, 104 off the bat for Becker. Looked a lot like his single on Friday night against Oregon State, but defensive positioning wins out there. Godbout now for the Cavaliers, takes the first pitch strike. Jones is coming in with that fastball with, again, a little bit of sinking action to his as well. That one touching 94 miles an hour. 0-1. Goes to the off-speed this time and bounces it into his catcher, Mudler. 1 ball, 1 strike. Godbout a single in his first at bat. He would advance all the way to third. Cavaliers were unable to bring him home. Grounded out his last time up. Takes another one in the dirt, and he works the count in his favor at 2 balls and 1 strike. A 928 OPS for Godbout this season. Getting on base at a healthy 478 clip thus far. 2-1. Ground ball, Tapper in front of home plate. Mudler's on it, and a strong throw gets Godbout in time. Godbout's looking back towards home plate, as if to maybe think that was a foul ball off the plate, maybe, not sure. Umpires, no conversation being had, so that is going to end the inning. So nice relief appearance here for Gavin Jones, as He induces 3 ground ball outs, and the inning is over for Virginia. Coming back in the bottom of the 4th inning, Cavaliers still holding on to a 3-0 lead here in the Round Rock Classic at the Dell Diamond. Bottom of the 4th inning incoming here, and Tomas Valinkis will get a look at the Sooners for the 2nd time. He's faced the minimum thanks in part to 2 pickoffs after 2 walks. 3 strikeouts through the first 3 innings for the freshman lefty for the Cavaliers. Dominant in his first start, dominant so far here today as well. And Valinkis will now face the right-handed hitting and leadoff hitter, Jason Walk. Cavaliers perhaps expecting a little small ball here as the corners are pinched in. Breaking ball misses low and away. Valinkis may be thinking that as well. Handed in an off-speed pitch to start the at-bat. Slider, but can't locate it. It's 1-0. Comes back with the fastball. 1-1. After the called strike there, Jason Walk struck out looking his first time up. Takes that one low. Valinkis only 37 pitches coming into the inning. Has been efficient and has been dominant so far. We'll see if things change, though, here for the Sooners, and already things a little different here for Jason Walk because he's worked a count in his favor at 3-1. No activity in Virginia's bullpen, though, as they're nursing a 3-0 lead. Comes back, called strike. Walk thought it might be just off the plate or low there potentially, but he will stay in the batter's box here for a full count. Leadoff hitter batting above 400 to start the year. Drives this one over to the right side. Foul. At the very least, making Valinkis work a little bit more in this at-bat than he has in many today. 3-2. Ground ball back to the mound. Valinkis snares it with his glove. He's going to take a few jogs over towards first before tossing it underhand to his teammate, Chris Arroyo. And it's in time for out number 1. 1-3 in the scorebook. Leads this inning off. Virginia still leading here by a score of 3-0 as we come to you live here on Virginia Sports TV, live here on YouTube. If people have been asking you where they can listen in on this game, check the Virginia Baseball Twitter. You'll find the link there. You can share it with them. Listen in to the final game here in the Round Rock Classic. First pitch swung on and missed by Jackson Willits, the shortstop. Willits was also a strikeout victim his first time up. He struck out swinging for out number 2 of that inning. Still just 10 batters faced by Tomas Valinkis. Misses that one, though, and it's 1-1. Seemingly just picking up where he left off from last weekend in Puerto Rico. 6 innings, only allowed 1 hit. This is a ground ball towards Hansen at third, but Willits pulled it foul, strike 2. 1-0 in his college career through one start. The one hit was a double against the Rice Owls, and other than that, really did not let the Owls get anything going offensively. Breaking ball, but he can't get on top of it and misses high. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Sooners shortstop. Willits so far this season does have 1 home run on the year to go along with 4 RBIs, and that one got away from Valinkis. Went back to the fastball, but it sails on him. Nice snag by Ferentz behind the plate, but the count is full once again. Starting to see maybe a little bit of that command slipping from Valinkis here this inning. Here's the 3-2. Fouled away as both hitters have been able to work a full count against him. Walk, very similar at bat that Willits is putting together here. Sooners offense that scored 8 runs yesterday against the number 7 team in the country. This is hit high in the air to left field. Going back is Teal. He is going to run out of room. I'm waiting for a call still. And it's a home run. Solo home run to left field by Jackson Willits. Teal went hard after that one and took a while for the umpire out in center field to give the official signal, but it is a solo home run from Jackson Willits. First hit by OU leaves the yard, and they're on the scoreboard here in the bottom of the 4th. Teal, great effort after that one. Just never got his glove to it. The glove actually ended up over the wall there. Sooners bullpen had to help him out there to get it back to him. Teal maybe a little shaken up on the play, but Willits clears the left field wall, and the Sooners get on the board. That is the first run surrendered this season by Tomas Valinkis. And Jackson Willits got a hold of that one. 103 off the bat. At a 30-degree launch angle, that is parked in the bullpen. So now a slimmer lead for Virginia, but Valinkis bounces back with a strike into Trey Gamble, and it's 0-1. Gamble grounded out to second to end the first inning. Here's the 0-1. Low and away. OU 2-0 in this Round Rock Classic. That is Willits' 3rd hit. This is a liner through the left side. A hard hit off the bat of Gamble. And it seems the second time through the order, Sooners are starting to see the baseball from Valinkis a little bit better. Second hit. And still just 1 out in the inning. And the heart of the order here in Easton Carmichael, the cleanup hitter for OU. This will be the first time that Valinkis has really had to deal with some adversity, and recognizing that, pitching coach Drew Dickinson for the Cavaliers is going to come out. Dickinson, in his 6th season as the Virginia pitching coach, of course taking over the longtime pitching coach Carl Kuhn, but has been able to stick on this Virginia coaching staff now with both Brian O'Connor and Kevin McMullen in their 22nd seasons. Coach Matt Kirby in his 13th. Brian McGuire, the athletic trainer, also in his 22nd season on this Virginia staff. So a lot of familiarity with one another as Drew Dickinson concludes that mound visit, and we'll see how Valinkis plays it here. Now, if I were Trey Gamble, I'd be very careful about getting too big a lead off of first base. We've already seen 2 pickoffs here from Valinkis, and I think Gamble is cautiously creeping off the bag against the freshman lefty. Easton Carmichael, the DH today, he's batting cleanup, and a throw over this time. And you can hear maybe a Bronx cheer from the Sooners as he dives back in safely. So now, Valinkis looks in. pitching out of the stretch. Kicks, deals, fires that one in for a called strike. That was actually the first pitch that Valinkas had thrown from the stretch, because each time a runner had gotten on, the first throw over to first base, he had picked off the base runner. But now, one away, one run already home here for the Sooners. They're looking to get back in this game. As he goes back to the heater, misses outside. This is the first inning we've seen Valinkas kind of struggle through after allowing the solo home run to Jackson Willits. Losing a bit of that command that he was dominant with early. Still a 2-run lead, though, and a 1-1 count. Looks over, will come home with it. Ground ball up the middle, charging in is Becker. He's only going to have one play at first. He gets it there in time. So not a sacrifice intended by Carmichael, but he does advance the base runner, and a ground out. Nice play by Becker, charging in to get that arm with some velocity over towards the bag at first. Gamble does move himself in scoring position, but there are now 2 away. That'll bring up another left-handed hitter, Sam Christensen. The first baseman was able to draw one of the 2 walks for the Sooners thus far. Looking to shrink that deficit even more. Called strike on the slider from Valinkas. Christensen batting .500 with runners in scoring position this season. He's got 3 RBIs. Twirls the bat behind his head, watches ball 1. Gamble behind Valinkas out at second base after he singled through the left side. Sooners got on the board with a solo home run by Jackson Willits. Earlier this inning, it's 3-1 Virginia. We're here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The 1-1. Tried to hold up. He did not. No appeal necessary. Home plate umpire says Christensen went around on that slider. Count is 1-2. And confirming 1-2. Scoreboard read 2-1 there for a moment. Now corrected. 1-2. Slider low outside in the dirt, blocked by Jacob Ferentz. Well, not only did Trey Wells provide some solid offense yesterday, also did a nice job blocking behind the plate as Jacob Ferentz, entering last season, transferring him from Salisbury University, really got acquainted with this pitching staff as he tries to frame that one up, but it's a little low, and the count is now full. But on Friday, an uncharacteristic error by Ferentz allowed a pass ball that tied the game. Virginia took a brief 2-0 lead after 3 innings against the number 7 Beavers. And then Oregon State would answer right back and tie the game. Ground ball out towards second. Should get the Hoos out of the inning as Godbout just flips it over to Arroyo covering. Sooners get on the board here in the 4th inning, but Valinkas limits them to just 1 on the Jackson Willits solo home run. Couple of hits in the inning, though, the first 2 for Oklahoma, but after 4, it's Virginia 3, Sooners 1. We'll come back in the top of the 5th inning here from the Dell Diamond in the Round Rock Classic. 4 completed here in the final game of the Round Rock Classic here at the Dell Diamond, home of the Round Rock Express. Virginia here in the top of the 5th inning, trying to add to their 3-1 lead. Chris Arroyo leading things off, takes that one low and away. Arroyo is 0 for 1 today. He walked his first time up as he waits the pitch from Gavin Jones, still on the mound, I should say, for OU. It's that foul ball. Bounces right on top of our radio booth here at the Dell Diamond. Then a tapper back to the mound, nearly got Virginia another run as Luke Hansen was breaking with 2 outs. But a nice play by Cam Johnson to flip it with his glove home, and the tag applied by Mudler. Arroyo, a little late to that fastball, fouls it away to the left side. And the count is now 1-2 for Arroyo. Arroyo, 4 hits on the season, has also drawn 4 walks, now 5 after his walk back in the first. 1-2, and that one is low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cavaliers have had base runners on in every inning but the last, when Gavin Jones, who's still on the mound, worked a 1-2-3-4. 3-4-5 due up here for Virginia, heart of the order. Trying to get that run back potentially, but Gavin Jones is working on a pristine relief appearance right now as he gets Arroyo swinging on that one. Dropped in the breaking stuff, and Arroyo couldn't get to it. First strikeout for Jones. 6th strikeout for Oklahoma pitching today. That'll bring up Henry Ford, who has really hit the ball well here in this tournament. Hit it hard out to left center his first time up, and then singled his last time up, but he's out in front of that one. Another slider from Gavin Jones, and it's 0-1. Ford, 3 hits in total and 2 runs scored here at the Dell Diamond. Goes the opposite way here. Look out, Coach Kirby. He does hop up out of the way there. Was a heat-seeking missile. 95 off the bat, headed right for him. But Ford, maybe this will help get him going. Another slow starter this season for the Cavaliers, but sophomore poised for a big season. Ground ball up the middle as the second baseman Branch gets to it. Throws on to first, and it's 5 in a row now retired by Gavin Jones. Getting Arroyo, and now Ford, he's ready to get his team back to the dugout. Sooners would love a shutdown inning here after getting on the board in the bottom of the 4th with a Jackson Willett solo home run. They still trail by 2, though. And now we'll see if Jacob Ferentz can get going. A couple of tough at-bats against Cam Johnson. 2 strikeouts in 2 plate appearances. Now facing Jones, and that one gets away from him. Fastball that just sailed up and away and got all the way to the backstop. Mudler couldn't quite snag it before it got all the way to the rubber and bounced back to him. 1-0 now. And he swings through the off-speed that time. 1-1. Ferentz this season for Virginia does have 3 hits. And he's also been hit 3 times and walked 3 times. So he's been patient at the plate, taking what's been given to him. He takes that one low and out of the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike. And he's able to work into a more favorable account this time. Cam Johnson was able to get ahead of him in each of his first 2 at-bats. Hits this one out towards center. And drifting over is the right fielder, Kane. He'll reach up and make the grab for the final out in the inning. So Ferentz gets his bat to the ball this time, and a long fly out. Virginia goes down in order, 1-2-3 again to Gavin Jones, who's looking strong in relief here for OU. And he keeps Virginia off the scoreboard. We're halfway through this one. And Virginia leads Oklahoma 3-1 in the final game of the Round Rock Classic here at the Dell Diamond. Winner gets the championship belt. More action here when we return at the Dell Diamond. Heading into the bottom of the fifth inning here at the Round Rock Classic in Round Rock, Texas, just north of the state capital of Austin, just south of Waco and Dallas-Fort Worth. Sooners will send Kyle Branch, Scott Mudler, and Brandon Kane to the dish here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Trying to chip away at this Cavalier lead. Cavaliers trying to hold on to it. Ground ball, and it runs up on the backhand of Henry Godbout and sneaks into center field for a single. Godbout was there, but we've seen a couple of tough hops for second baseman out there. Both sides, Godbout and Branch, have gotten some tough grounders to field, but Godbout probably a little frustrated with that one as he is tumbling back into right. Leadoff single for Branch. Third hit now for OU. Second time through the order, much more successful against Tomas Valinkis for the Cavaliers. And we did see Virginia stock the bullpen in between innings. As Valinkis looks over to first, he's going to come home with it. Gets it by Scott Mudler, the catcher. Valinkis has lost a little bit of velocity off that fastball. Sitting in the mid-90s to begin, now more in the 91, 92 range, as he's sitting at 65 pitches now. Through 66 in his first start against Rice. We'll match that total with this one here. It's low and outside, 1-1. Runners at first, maybe a little extra careful. We've seen two pickoffs from Valinkis of Sooners base runners here. But Branch, he's going to get back. Arroyo tries to put the tag down quickly, and another cheer coming from the OU side. It was frustrating, I'm sure, for them to see a couple of walks eliminated almost immediately by the pickoffs from Valinkis. Sooners trying to get back into this one, trailing 3-1. Valinkis another throw over. No tag this time as Branch steps back safely. 3 hits, 2 more than Valinkis gave up in his first collegiate start. Playing against an SEC foe here, and he gets the slider by Scott Mudler, the catcher. Mudler was one of those 2 walks issued by Valinkis first time through the order, and was one of the 2 pickoff victims as well. Valinkis ahead here, 1-2. Runner at first, nobody out. Hit hard towards the gap in right center. That's going to be extra bases. They're going to wave the runner home all the way from first as Godbout is going to get it into third. And an RBI double off the bat of Scott Mudler, and he represents the tying run out at second base. hard hit ball off the bat right towards the gap between Teal and Ford. Neither one had much of a chance at that one. To the warning track, and now we are in a very interesting ball game here. As Brandon Kane, the batter for OU, nobody out and the tying run in scoring position. We'll see what the freshman is made of here, Tomas Valinkis. Not much issue through the first 3 innings, but the Sooners have found something in the last couple of frames. He's going to show bunt, corners pinch in, but he pulls back as the pitch is outside for ball 1. And now maybe a little bit more urgency out in that Cavalier bullpen. And the Sooners are going to call time here. Maybe talking through strategy, as coming in from second base is Mudler as well. They're going to talk with Brandon Kane, talking through things here. He showed bunt. Are they going to want to play small ball here to try and get the tying run 90 feet away? Or are they going to let Kane swing away? Kane was a strikeout victim his first time up, and Kane also looking for his first collegiate, not his first collegiate, his first hit of the 2025 season, I should say. Kane, a transfer in from Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College out of Mobile, Alabama. Tough play here if you're Luke Hansen over at third base. He's got to cover the bag, but also on a bunt attempt, maybe looking to charge in to get the play at first. We'll see how Virginia covers it. Kane gets it down. It doesn't leave the batter's box, though, on the right side, and so foul ball, strike 1. Ferentz was on that one quickly. And Virginia, well, you know, you got to be sharp on defense to play for the Cavaliers. And so this is a scenario they've run through in practice time and time again, but now here in a game situation, we'll see what happens. Kane shows bunt, tries to lay it down, and I think he got a piece of it and just fouled it away. So 1 and 2, we'll see if they keep the bunt on now. With a runner at second and nobody out, an RBI double from Scott Mudler has made this a 1-run game here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Cavaliers scoring 3 runs in the 2nd inning. Kane shows bunt again, lays it down. It is in fair territory. Plays it first. Godbout covers the bag. They get him. Arroyo had to duck down. So it's a 2-4 put out on the bag at first, but it is a successful sacrifice by Kane, and does a nice job bunting with 2 strikes there as well to get it in fair play. And he gets a healthy round of applause from the Oklahoma fans on the third base side. So now Virginia looks like they're going to bring the infield in here with 1 out, trying to protect that 1-run lead. Sacrifice bunt, 2-4 put out of Kane. Mudler advances to third. Here's Dawson Willis. He's going to show bunt before pulling back, swings, comes up empty. So trying to get the Cavaliers a little off balance there on the infield, it looks like. But ultimately, it's strike 1. Nice pitch from Valinkis. Just gave him a fastball, said if you're going to do something with it, here it is. Got it by him for strike 1. Popped up, out of play to the right side. And it's 0-2. Sooners offense here at the Round Rock Classic. They've scored 11 runs through 2 games. They're 2-0, trying to make it 3 in 3 days. That one's high. Snap throw down by Ferentz is not in time. Hansen was there on the bag despite playing in, but Jacob Ferentz is not going to let Scott Mudler get too close to home plate here. As we've seen Ferentz throw out 1 base runner trying to steal on Friday night. Here's the 1-2. Called strike 3. Inside corner with the fastball. Huge pitch by Tomas Valinkis. And now 2 outs. Infield will sink back. no longer needing to get the out at home to protect the lead. And Jason Walk will bat against Valinkis here for the third time. Get the sense that Valinkis is battling through this inning. This may be his final frame. And he comes in on Walk, and Walk's got a turn in out of the way. Came back with the fastball. Right-hander in Walk at the plate. He struck out looking his first time up, and he grounded out back to the pitcher his last time up. 1-0. Another inside pitch. This was the changeup, not one we've seen too often here today from Valinkis, but one that he'll mix in occasionally. It's been mostly fastball slider from the freshman lefty. 2-0 here, though. Do have first base open. Drops the breaking ball in for a called strike one, but you're getting close to Jackson Willits here, who left the yard his last time up and awaits on deck. High pressure moment here for a young pitcher in Valinkis. This is a liner towards left. It's in fair territory and down the third base line. That'll tie the game. He's going to round first, slide into second. RBI double ties this game at 3 from Jason Walk. Clutch piece of hitting there with 2 outs from the leadoff Sooner. Roped it down the line. You could tell Valinkis was frustrated with that one. And now Walk is the go-ahead run. And I'm just not sure if Virginia's got anyone ready to go here in the bullpen, because with Jackson Willits up, starting to feel maybe a little nervous if you're a Virginia fan. Game is tied, but that could change with a base hit here or more, depending what Willits has got in store. And Ferentz maybe recognizing that Virginia is still getting arms loose in the bullpen, is going to go talk to his freshman pitcher. You also want to calm a guy down here in this scenario. That was the 5th hit of the day for the Sooners, so each side has scored 3 runs on 5 hits. It was early action for Virginia, but they've been held in check by Gavin Jones the last couple of frames. And Ferentz will make his way back behind home plate. No indication that Coach O'Connor is going to come out of the Virginia dugout, though. I think this is going to be Valinkis' inning for the time being. Facing Willits, who left the yard his last time up. Breaking ball. Nice pitch to begin the AB. It was up in the zone, but it looked like Willits was not expecting it. He started the hands early before laying off. Willits' home run, his last time up, his 2nd of the season, and it got the scoring started for Oklahoma. He's going to turn and throw to second. Godbout's there covering. He's safe back to the bag. Well, that would have been something if we saw a pickoff at second base from Valinkis. Walk is going to be very careful out there. He represents the go-ahead run. Looks like Kevin Jacksel throwing out in Virginia's bullpen. In addition, another arm getting loose. Valinkis misses away. I believe got another right-hander throwing out there in the pen for the Cavaliers. Tough to make out the numbers. Oklahoma's also got a couple of arms getting loose. Long layoff here for Gavin Jones. Here's the 1-1 to Willits. Another breaking ball called strike. Excellent placement that time from Valinkis, as it just caught the outside corner, and Willits is talking things over with the home plate umpire. Big pitch potentially here for Valinkis. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Ferentz catches it cleanly, and Valinkis gets out of the jam. But OU does come back to tie this one at 3 after 5 innings. An RBI double from Scott Mudler and an RBI double from Jason Walk. 2 runs scored by OU in the inning, and it's a brand new ball game. This one will be decided in the final 4, top of the 6th, tie game, 3-3 when we come back here at the Round Rock Classic. New ball game here as we're tied at 3. Virginia jumped out to an early 3-0 lead after the top of the second. OU has battled back. 1 run in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. Now here in the top of the 6th. Aiden Teal leading things off for Virginia. Gavin Jones has shut down this Virginia offense. He's faced 6 batters and retired all of them. Teal will try to change that here, though, for Virginia. And takes the strike on the outside corner there. Looking like a changeup that time from Jones. A little downward movement, and it's 1-1. That one in the dirt. It was a long time between innings here for Jones. OU does have a couple of arms getting loose in the bullpen. As Teal, really the spark plug of the Cavaliers offense yesterday. Driving in 1 run and helping deliver 2 more. Tapper down the first base side, foul. May have bounced off of Teal's front foot there as well. Aiden Teal moving into that starting center field spot for the Cavaliers. Pitched last year mostly, although did see some ABs and made the most of them. He left the yard a number of different times in limited opportunities. Left the yard yesterday as well. Here's the 2-2. That's outside. Count is now full. A single in his first at-bat today, and also scored the first run of the day on a throwing error from Scott Mudler on a bunt attempt by Harrison Didowick. Here's the full count payoff pitch. Ground ball right side. Picked at first by Christensen. He's going to hustle over to the bag himself. And a good AB ends in a ground out. And that's 7 in a row retired by Gavin Jones, who's just need to find some grass here in the outfield potentially, as Jones has now gotten 5 ground outs and 7 outs, also a strikeout and a fly out. Trey Wells is the batter, and Wells continues to put together a good Round Rock Classic, making a case to be part of the lineup every day here. He made his first appearance yesterday, takes that one low and inside, ball 1. Today, already hit by a pitch and a single to reach base 2 times in 2 plate appearances. Here's the 1-0, low and inside. And if he can find a way to help key Virginia here, might be looking at a spot on the all-tournament team for the Cavaliers, depending on how things shake out today. But it's 2-0 here to the designated hitter. Ground ball, hard hit up the middle, but nice job by Kyle Branch, but not picked at first.
E4 on the throw.
So they're going to call that an E4 by Kyle Branch, and Trey Wells is at first base for the 3rd time today. That will not add to his impressive total necessarily. That was a nice play by Branch and just didn't get enough on the throw. Christensen couldn't dig it out, as Trey Wells is now at first base with 1 out. That is already the 3rd error we've seen from OU. And it might be the final batter faced by Gavin Jones. Tell you, I'd be a little surprised at this move with the left-handed hitting Didowick due up. Generally think the lefty Jones might profile well against him, although there is another lefty coming in out of the bullpen. So we're going to have a pitching change here for Oklahoma. We'll let you listen into the sounds of the ballpark, and we'll tell you about the new Sooners pitcher when we come back here at the Round Rock Classic. New pitcher into the game for Oklahoma. It's number 48, Jamie Hitt. James Hitt, listed on the official roster, but goes by Jamie here, and making his third appearance of the season for OU. Big spot. How about the job? Give it up for Gavin Jones. Had it not been for that error, he may be still working this inning as he retired the first 7 batters he faced. Should have been 8 if not for the error out at second base. But could that be the break Virginia needs here, as they've got Trey Wells at first base now and Harrison Didowick at the plate. Just waiting for Didowick to get a big hit here. He had one last weekend with a 2 RBI single against Rice. Now it's 1 out, runner at first here, top of the 6th inning. Virginia led this one 3-0 after the 2nd inning. They scored 3 runs in the top half of that inning, but Oklahoma has battled back. 1 run in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. Cavaliers now need to get their bats going if they want to be victorious here at the Round Rock Classic. Wells getting a lead off of first. Hitt, his first pitch is in, low and away, ball 1. Hitt in his 2 appearances this season, 2 1/3. He's allowed 1 run, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk on 3 hits. That run was earned. Opponents hitting 3 against him so far in the young season. Misses outside, 2-0. 4-seam fastball coming out of Hitt's hands there. Few inches off the plate. Harrison Didowick today. A bunt attempt that resulted in a fielder's choice. He would score a run later that inning. Struck out swinging his last time up. Hits this one high in the air towards left. Playable for Gamble. The Sooners comes in, now drifts back a bit, and that's a fly out for out number 2. And again, the struggles continue for Harrison Didowick right now in the Cavaliers batting order. But the guy who drove home 2 runs earlier in this contest, Luke Hansen, will step into the batter's box as he delivered a 2 RBI single in the 2nd inning that helped get Virginia to that 3-run total. 2 RBIs on the season give him 3. He's only got 2 hits. They've driven home runs each time. Bounces in, gets away from the catcher Mudler, and Wells is going to take second. Heads up base running there by Trey Wells, and he puts himself in scoring position as the go-ahead run. Changeup bouncing in, and Mudler just couldn't quite handle it. And based on the body language, can tell he may be a little frustrated after that one. Miscues have helped the Cavaliers today. 3 errors by the Sooners, and that one doesn't even count there. As it's 1-0 here to Luke Hansen. Started the hands, held off though, and was wise to do so. Appeal down, but no swing, says the first base umpire. Tough pitch to do anything with if you're Hansen there, and so the changeup is laid off. It's 2-0 here. Looking for a better pitch than that to do something with Trey Wells out at second. Goes after that one. Took a big hack at it, only able to get a piece of it though. Fastball coming in towards the knees to Hansen. And it's 2-1. Still a favorable count for the junior third baseman out of Williamsburg and Lafayette High School. The lefty hit, looks in, looks back at Wells, looks back in, delivers. Hard hit ball down the third base side, but foul. Hansen just pulled that one. Rocket off the bat, 103. Now he's got to try to straighten it out a little bit. Wells was hustling hard on contact there just in case it got through. He'll be breaking on anything as Virginia will try to take the lead on a base hit. Hitt is trying to get his team back to the dugout. Here's the 2-2. Bounces in. Mudler able to keep this one close at hand, though. And Wells stays at second base. Couple of claps as this is a big pitch coming. James Hitt an inter-conference transfer. Big 12 at the time. Texas Tech to OU. He spent the last 2 seasons with the Sooners. 1 season in Lubbock before that. They're going to try to get Wells a little bit off the base. Wells maybe a couple of extra steps to get back to the bag. Branch held the tag and looked like he thought Wells was not back when he put the tag on, but looked like just posturing there. And now what's this going to be a discussion about? Are they going to take another look at it? Because Branch did come off that tag as if he thought there was a chance, and I guess they are going to review enough to take a look here. Didn't think there was much to it, but Wells maybe not quite back to the bag. I think he got back, though. So initially he stepped on Branch's foot getting back to the bag, and I think that's why the second baseman for the Sooners thought that Wells may have not been on the bag when he slapped the tag down. But based on that replay that I just saw, I think the step back, and it may be close, but I think Wells got back to the bag. Could be wrong, though, so we'll have to wait and see the results of this review. We've had a couple already here. One in favor of the Sooners. That was to end the second inning on a play at the plate when Hansen was running hard, and a flip from Cam Johnson to Scott Mudler. He applied the tag. They took a long look at it, but ultimately ruled that Hansen was out. Here comes the call from the review. Safe at second. So we have not seen a call overturned here as of yet. The other one was on a pickoff play at first base. The second one with Tomas Valinkis throwing over to pick off Scott Mudler. So Trey Wells, who reached on an error, is back in safely at second. He advanced on a pass ball. Well, they're saying it's a wild pitch, actually, so full count nonetheless here to Luke Hansen. And he goes down swinging on the off speed. Got him way out in front. And right now, all the momentum is with the Maroon team in the home dugout because the Virginia Bats have gone cold. They leave a runner in scoring position as Gavin Jones and Jamie Hitt, a couple of lefty relievers, have been able to keep Virginia off the scoreboard. We're still tied at 3 heading into the bottom of the 6th inning. This is the Round Rock Classic from the Dell Diamond. We'll be back with more action in just a moment. Bottom of the 6th inning, Sooners have been able to get on the scoreboard in each of the last 2 frames, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 5th, excuse me, after Virginia took a 3-0 lead. Tomas Valinkis back on the mound once again for Virginia after surrendering those runs. Last inning, tough one for him. Pair of RBI doubles by Scott Mudler and Jason Walk. Now facing Trey Gamble to begin the inning here, that one low and outside. So you got the lefty Gamble and a lefty Sam Christensen due up this inning. That may be the thinking with Brian O'Connor leaving Valinkis in this game. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball just misses, and it's 2-0. Tomas Valinkis in today's contest, not necessarily as masterful as his first, but it would be hard to live up to that. 5 innings, allowing these 3 runs. Ground ball out to second. Big hop, but Godbout snags it, throws to first in time for the out. That's a good start for Tomas Valinkis. We'll see what the decision-making is here. Did he just stay in to face that one lefty, or are they going to let it ride here? The batter will be Easton Carmichael, who is 0 for 2, so hasn't hurt the Cavaliers much today, but coming into today, leading the Sooners with 3 home runs and 10 RBIs. Looks like Oak will stay with the freshman with 1 out. Goes after the first pitch, foul ball. Tapped foul down the third base side. Easton Carmichael leading not only in home runs, but also in RBIs with 10. Hasn't had the best tournament, though, although he does have 1 home run and 2 RBIs. That is his only hit of this tournament. And he swings through the second pitch, and so it's quickly 0-2. That home run for Carmichael coming in yesterday's 8-4 win over Oregon State. 0-2. Valinkis goes back to the fastball, but fires it outside. Valinkis only needed 66 pitches to get through 6 innings last time out. His pitch count now is up to 90. Ground ball foul into the Sooners dugout, nearly snagged by, I believe that was Kyle Branch, who's waiting in the hole, tried to reach up with the glove hand, but couldn't quite snag it. The middle innings, the Sooners have been dangerous as that one runs inside on him, and it's 2-2. Yesterday, after falling behind 2-0 to the Beavers, all 8 of the runs for Oklahoma came in the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings, and Cavaliers are trying to make sure they don't repeat that today. Breaking ball called strike 3. Tomas Valinkis drops the hammer there, and he gets Carmichael looking for the 2nd out of the inning. Well, the faith in the freshman is rewarded for Brian O'Connor, and now the lefty Sam Christensen up. Got to figure this is probably the last batter Valinkis will face. Let's see if he can get him here. Christensen, a walk his first time up. That runs in on him, and Ferentz can't quite handle it, but it's just ball 1. Christensen walked his first time up back in the 2nd inning, and then was picked off of first base, one of 2 victims of Tomas Valinkis on the base paths. Here's the 1-0. Comes back to the fastball right in the heart of the zone, 1-1. Christensen, 3 RBIs this season for the Sooners. 1 triple, 1 double. No home runs, though, so some extra base hits as Valinkis fires in another strike. Keeping it low in the zone, and that's what you like to see from a young pitcher here late in the game. Kevin Jaxel appears ready to come in, potentially for Virginia, depending on how this at-bat goes. 1-2. Just misses outside. Ferentz liked the pitch, though, as he points back before throwing out to the lefty. Came back with another sinking fastball, and just a few inches off the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Christensen. Ground ball out to Godbout. Waits for it before tossing over to Arroyo, and what a big inning for the freshman Tomas Valinkis. 1, 2, 3 sits the Sooners down in order, keeping this thing tied through 6 innings. Well, it'll be a quality start for Valinkis whether or not he comes back out, but we're headed for the top of the 7th inning and the final third here at the Round Rock Classic. 3 innings to determine a winner between Virginia and Oklahoma when we return. So Virginia needs a little offense here. Top of the 7th inning. They have not scored since the 2nd inning when they put up 3 runs to take a 3-0 lead. OU has battled back since then, and they have tied it at 3. We enter the 7th inning, and the top of the order due up for Virginia. As good a time as any to get an offensive rally going. Eric Becker to lead things off. First pitch is a called strike. Fastball on the outer edge. Jamie Hitt still on the mound for OU. He got the final out of the 6th inning. It's been all lefties on the mound today for the Sooners. As Becker takes that one away. Perhaps not playing to the strengths of Virginia's leadoff hitter here. Didn't play much against lefties last season, but now is the everyday shortstop. See if he can find a way to get things going here for Virginia. In a 1-1 count, breaking ball is out of the zone, 2-1. Well, Becker hit the ball hard his last time up. Sharply hit ground ball right up the middle past second base, but the shift ate him up. Ground ball out as Jackson Willits was positioned perfectly. Here's the 2-1. This is drilled out to left. Hard hit, drifting back, but great range by Trey Gamble, and he makes the catch on the warning track for out number 1. Stung that one off the bat, going the opposite way too, but just too quick. Tracks it down, hung up long enough that Becker drops to 0 for 4 today. Last couple of games have been a little rough for the leadoff hitter for Virginia after a tremendous opening weekend. Hitt still on the mound here facing Henry Godbout. Now with 1 away. He goes after the first pitch and pops it up foul behind him. Godbout in the orange Evo Shield jersey and the orange Evo Shield wrist guard and shin guard as well. Part of that new apparel Virginia gets this year. Here's the 0-1 now from Hitt to the right-handed hitting Godbout, who's 1 for 3 today. Godbout takes strike 2. Thought that one was low. And I think some of the Virginia fans are letting the home plate umpire hear it because they agree. Instead, Godbout's quickly in an 0-2 hole. Sooners bullpen has been shut down today. Virginia has not been able to get anything going. Another changeup towards the bottom of the zone. That one actually looked a little closer to the zone than the last one, but it's called ball one. Maybe making up for the last one, who knows? Won't speculate too much. Here's the 1-2 instead. Virginia needs to get some bats rolling here. Godbout fouls it away. Staying alive, hard hit. Not sure where that one came off of, but a loud crash. And count is still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cam Johnson only lasted 3 innings, but Gavin Jones shut down out of the pen and now hit. He's trying to follow his lead against this dangerous Virginia offense. That one low and in the dirt that time. Another changeup coming from hit. It's been mostly fastball and then the changeup off speed. An offense that had a good bit of preseason hype coming in, but maybe has not necessarily lived up to its potential thus far in the early season. Of course, some extremely cold nights the last couple of games for him. 2-2, and it runs back in. And Godbout, ever patient at the plate, has worked the count back full. Payoff pitch coming from hit. Godbout just kind of give the who's a base runner here. Here it is. And it's outside. Might have been close to the zone there, but it looked like Mudler actually couldn't even handle it. So it's called ball 4. And that will give the Cavaliers a base runner. Now they need to capitalize, as they've allowed 3 unanswered runs from the home team today, technically. And I guess you could consider them semi-home, considering they've got the shortest distance to travel for their home fans. But Virginia, the road team tonight in the orange tops, and trying to make it a 2-1 weekend once again. Godbout gets his lead off of first. Arroyo is the batter. First pitch swinging. That's going to clear the stadium out behind home plate. Chris Arroyo today, a walk, a fielder's choice that ended the second inning, nearly drove in another run. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball outside. Excuse me, that was a fastball, actually. Struck out swinging to begin the 5th inning his last time up. One of the strikeout victims of Gavin Jones, the lefty out of the pen for OU. 1-1. Taps it, foul. Had to break out of the box as it started in fair territory before rolling over. Scott Mudler waited for that one to go foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Virginia needing a little something out of the middle of the order here. Just 1 hit between the 3, 4, and 5 hitters this afternoon. That came on a Henry Ford single back in the 3rd. Chris Arroyo has reached on a walk, though, so put together a good at bat early and got into scoring position. Virginia just couldn't capitalize. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Arroyo stays alive. Godbout will retreat back to first. Haven't seen any sort of hit and run action here from Virginia, but you never know with Coach Brian O'Connor. Godbout's got 1 stolen base this season. Tomas Valinkis gave Virginia a shutdown 6th inning. Can they help him out here? Potentially. Put him in line for the victory even. If they're able to score a run here, as Hit threw it over to first base. Virginia has not had a hit since the 3rd inning. And Arroyo waves at that one, chasing. Jamie Hit making him look a little silly on that one. Slider that breaks out of the zone. Hadn't seen the slider much from Hit, and Arroyo just fooled on that one. Frustrating at bat, frustrating day for Chris Arroyo. So that'll bring up Henry Ford, and as Ford is the right-handed hitter, I think we're in store for another pitching change here from the Sooners side. Bullpen has really keyed Oklahoma's comeback this afternoon, as both Gavin Jones and now Jamie Hitt have done their job to perfection. But we will get a new pitcher. We'll tell you about him in just a moment here when we come back from the Round Rock Classic. So it's Michael Catalano out of the pen here for OU, the freshman righty from Frisco, Texas. His first year for Oklahoma, facing Henry Ford with a runner at first and 2 outs. Cavaliers trying to find some offense here in the late innings. They've been held in check by this OU bullpen. Ford chasing at a pitch upstairs, just can't resist that high heat. 93 coming in from Catalano, who's pitched 2 1/3 scoreless innings to begin his college career with 4 strikeouts, no hits allowed in 2 appearances. 0-1. Ford skies this one to left. Gamble looks like he's got a read on it though, and it is caught for out number 3. And again, Virginia held hitless by this OU bullpen. They have not had a hit since the 3rd inning. Cavaliers offense sputtering while OU looks to surge back. And we're tied at 3. It's stretch time here from the Dell Diamond in the Round Rock Classic. Bottom of the 7th when we return.
number 30, Kevin Jackson, now pitching for Virginia.
After the stretch here at the Dell Diamond, Virginia will finally turn to their bullpen here in the bottom of the 7th. So Tomas Valinkis exits after 6 innings, allowing 3 runs on 5 hits. He'll turn things over to Kevin Jackson, the junior righty out of Congers, New York, and Don Bosco prep. Jackson in his 3rd season for the Cavaliers. He's made 2 appearances this season, an inning and a third, and has not allowed a hit or a run. Does have 1 strikeout to 2 walks. He'll be facing Kyle Branch to lead off the inning here. Branch got the 5th inning rolling with a single. That helped propel OU's 2-run 5th to tie this game at 3. Jackson looks over the mitt, gets the sign, delivers, and he misses. He's got that fastball up in the zone there. Branch 1 for 2, also flew out to right his first time up. This is a hard hit ball just over the glove of Luke Hansen and down the line. Didowick is over to it quickly. He's going to throw it into second, but Branch is too quick, and he's in with a leadoff double. Well, Luke Hansen went full extension there to try to snag that one, and he just couldn't quite grab it. That fires up the OU side, and the momentum has shifted all the way over from Virginia early here to OU late. Lead off double, and you hear some Boomer Sooner chants coming from the OU faithful, as now Scott Mudler will try to keep this inning rolling. He takes a first pitch strike. Virginia's been held hitless since the 3rd inning. Oklahoma, all of their hits have come since the 3rd inning. 6 hits now for Oklahoma as Mudler takes that one low and away. Mudler, Kane on deck, but it actually looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter due up. And the 1-1 is low and away. We'll see what Jackson's made of here, as that leadoff double puts this in a very tight spot. Cavaliers in a tie game with Oklahoma. This is popped up, foul, out of play. Jackson pitched in 13 appearances last year for the Cavaliers, went 4-1 in a season that included 4 starts, 21 strikeouts in 26 innings. Also appeared in 23 games his freshman year. Missed there. Very close it looked like, but just off the plate, and it's a full count. Branch out at second after his leadoff double. Tied at 3. Big pitch here from Jackson. Ground ball sharply hit towards Godbout. He's going to get it in time to Arroyo, but that will advance the base runner 90 feet away from giving Oklahoma their first lead in this one. Mudler, a productive at bat after he had drawn a walk and driven in a run with a double. Now Virginia brings the infield in once again. Dayton Taki, number 16 for OU, is going to pinch hit. A lefty with the favorable matchup here against the righty Jaxel. Dayton Taki had started all 5 previous games for Oklahoma, 2 hits and 13 at bats, so nudged out of the starting lineup today, but a chance to perhaps redeem himself after losing that starting spot. 0 for 5 here in this tournament, and now Jacob Ferentz is going to go out to have a word with Jaxel on the bump. We'll see how they want to play it. Nobody else coming in to talk, but Godbout and Becker drifting towards each other just to talk things through. Arroyo and Hansen will be in on the corners as well. Outfield playing in. They've been playing in most of the weekend, though, as balls have not been flying out of the park here. And it actually looks like Jaxel may be done here on the mound. Little chess match as OU brings in the left-handed pinch hitter. Looks like the Cavaliers might be poised to make a pitching change here. We'll see if Coach O'Connor actually makes the move, though, because I believe Blake Barker getting loose out in the pen is having to warm up rather quickly to try to get into this game. Umpire's going to come break it out. We'll see if he forces the move here from O'Connor. Drew Conan is also out in the pen for Virginia, and I think they are going to make the move. And so it'll be Blake Barker coming on for the Cavaliers in a big spot. Barker has already made one appearance in the Round Rock Classic, and a big spot for him to come in here with a runner at third and 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning. We'll get things in order as we prepare for a big at-bat, and we'll see if OU perhaps has a move of their own to make in response to Blake Barker coming into the game. But Jaxel faces 2 batters, allows a double, and then induces a ground out. We'll come back from the Round Rock Classic here at the Dell Diamond, shaping up to be a good finish here between Virginia and Oklahoma. Big moment here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Feels like a make or break time for Blake Barker as he comes on out of the Virginia bullpen here. So this is Brandon Kane's spot in the order for OU. Coach Skip Johnson for the Sooners went with the pitch hitter Dayton Taki. And so in response, Coach Brian O'Connor goes with the lefty out of the bullpen in Blake Barker. Second season as a Cavalier for Barker, and Taki will stay in to hit here. The senior out of Chardon, Ohio, transferring from D2 Seton Hill University. Big spot, infield in as a runner is at third base with one out in a tie ball game here in the bottom of the seventh inning, 3-3. First pitch is low and inside. Barker missing with the slider that time. Barker's made 2 appearances, an inning and a third under his belt so far this year. He's allowed 1 run on 2 hits, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. 1-0. In the dirt again, going to the slider there. Dayton Taki seeing action now in all 6 games, but had started the previous 5, but was 0 for 5 here in the tournament, so the Sooners going with a different look, and Brandon Kane out in right field today, getting the nod, but Taki can make it a big spot here. Liner over the head of the shortstop, Becker into left, RBI single for the pinch hitter. Kyle Branch comes home to score, and for the first time today, Oklahoma has the lead. Delivering when it mattered most, despite a rough tournament, Dayton Taki may have given his team the lift here in the bottom of the 7th inning, as the Sooners are now on top, 4-3. And there comes Boomer Sooner once again from the Oklahoma crowd. For Taki, that's his 3rd RBI of the season, and perhaps the biggest to this point. Gives his team a 4-3 lead over the number 2 team in the country. Couple of line drives this inning, sneaking over the heads of Virginia infielders. And OU has scored 4 unanswered runs here in the middle and late innings, as it looks like we're going to have another pitching change here from the Cavaliers. So after the RBI single from the pinch hitter Dayton Taki, Kyle Branch scores. Oklahoma leads 4-3, and Drew Conan will come into the game now for Virginia. Already their 3rd pitcher this inning after Tomas Valinkis had put together a quality start with 3 runs in 6 innings. Cavaliers bullpen needs to try and get out of this frame. They'll turn to Conan. We'll tell you about it when we come back here in Game 3. Sooners now lead 4-3 here at the Dell Diamond. Virginia has let their 3-0 lead turn into a 4-3 deficit here at the Dell Diamond. An RBI single from Dayton Taki. The difference right now, coming in off the bench and delivering the RBI go-ahead single here in the bottom of the 7th. Now Drew Conan into the game for Virginia. He fires a first pitch fastball in for a strike. Conan picked up a win in relief last weekend in Puerto Rico. 1-0 in 2 appearances, an inning and 2/3, and gets a check swing from Dawson Willis here. but the home plate umpire said he did go around. There is one out here in the bottom of the 7th. One runner on, and Taki at first base. 0-2 is the count. Here to Dawson Willis, the number 9 hitter. Ground ball to third base. Luke Hansen, 5-4, and the throw gets away from Godbout. Runner tries for second, and there's still a lot of commotion out at second base. The runner never left the bag. He took out Henry Godbout, and because of that, the runner's going to be out, and it will be a double play to end the inning. So tough break there for the Sooners. The errant throw from Henry Godbout and the slide in took out the second baseman. The throw from Ferentz was late, but because Godbout was taken out at second base, they're going to call obstruction, and so it's a 5-4 putout, and then the runner is out at second because of obstruction. So Virginia gets out of the inning, allowing just one run. Sooners can't be happy about that one, but because that slide took out the fielder, they are unable to capitalize on the throwing error there by Henry Godbout, and so the inning is over. Wild play there to end it, but Virginia gets out of the inning. They do allow the go-ahead run to score, though, and so our score after 7, Oklahoma 4, and Virginia 3. Virginia's bats have got to wake up, though. They have not had a hit since the 3rd inning, and we'll find out if the Hoos can mount a late rally here at the Dell Diamond in the Round Rock Classic.
Now pitching for Oklahoma 35, Jason Bowden. Defensive change for Oklahoma. The pinch hitter, Taki, stays in the game, first base. And number 40, Christensen, moves from first base to right field. Pinch hitter, Taki, stays in the game first. 40, Christensen, the 5-hole, moves from first to right.
Wild play to end the 7th inning there, as what looked like a potential double play ground ball eventually did result in that. It was a sharply hit ground ball to Luke Hansen. He threw to second. Godbout caught it cleanly, turned to throw to first, and the slide from Dayton Taki actually took him out. Both players were sort of incapacitated in a sense on the base. The throw was wild from Godbout to first base. Got by him. Ferentz was backing up, but because of the commotion out on the bag, couldn't make the throw to second to get the runner, so they call obstruction, and the runner is out. Inning is over. Virginia allows Oklahoma, though, to take the lead on an RBI single from Dayton Taki last inning. Now Virginia needs to get their offense going. Jacob Ferentz will lead things off. And new pitcher into the game as well is Jason Bowden, who enters in relief. The 5th pitcher today used by Oklahoma. The bullpen has been the key to the Sooners' lead at the moment, though. After Cam Johnson allowed 3 runs in the start, the bullpen has not allowed a hit in tonight's contest. Gavin Jones, Jamie Hitt, Michael Catalano, and now Jason Bowden, who's missed on the last couple of pitches inside, and Ferentz has worked the count back in his favor. Who's really need to get their catcher going offensively? He's been held without a hit here in 2 games at the Round Rock Classic. Low and out of the zone, 3-1. Well, he'll take a walk as well, as Bowden struggling to get into the strike zone here. Jason Bowden, his 3rd appearance, 2 2/3 scoreless in relief so far for the Sooners. Inside, ball 4. That's a good start for the Who's. Sometimes a walk's as good of a hit, and Ferentz will certainly take his base. Jason Bowden walks the first batter he faces, and we could be in for a nail-biter of a finish here in the de facto championship game between Virginia and Oklahoma. Just so happened to set up this way. These 2 teams were scheduled to play in this time slot regardless. But Oklahoma at 2-0, Virginia at 1-1. Winner will be the champion. First pitch from Bowden into Aiden Teal is a called strike. That's a sinking fastball. 94 miles an hour from Bowden. Ferentz over at first base. Teal with 1 hit thus far today. Gets away from the catcher Mudler, and Ferentz will take second. Change up in the dirt, and another defensive miscue by Oklahoma allows Virginia to get the tying run in scoring position. Well, maybe the Cavaliers don't need a hit to get that tying run home, although they are going to need to find some offense because they have really been held in check by this Sooners pitching staff. Ever since that big 2nd inning, Cavaliers have only managed 2 hits, both singles. 1-1. Teal takes a called strike. He thought that one was a little outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Aiden Teal, the hero yesterday, driving in. Cavaliers 3 runs. That one's high. Wise to lay off that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ferentz in scoring position, representing the tying run here. Aiden Teal with the bat in his hand. Big spot. Goes the other way. Foul ball. Boy, just narrowly missed the third base bag. And because the umpire actually had to get out of the way of that one, his call came a bit delayed, but it was in foul territory. And so Aiden Teal just narrowly misses perhaps tying this game. Jacob Ferentz was certainly thinking about motoring home. Instead, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. A 2-2. Ground ball, this time foul to the right side. Good at bat here from Aiden Teal, making Jason Bowden work here. Defensive change to make you aware of as well. Dayton Taki has stayed in the game at first base. Sam Christensen has gone from first base into right field. 2-2, low and outside. Full count. Aiden Teal's 2-run blast yesterday put the Who's ahead for good. They would add 1 more late, a 4-2 win over Minnesota. They led Oklahoma here 3-0, now trail 4-3, but the tying run in scoring position here in the top of the 8th. Payoff pitch. He goes the other way, fouls it off to stay alive. Getting a lot of support from that Virginia dugout on the first base side. A battle here between Bowden and Teal. Bowden has not allowed a run in 2 2/3. Goes the other way to stay alive again, and it's a foul ball. Basically hitting the same exact spot the last one did. Teal spoiling that fastball just a bit off the plate. Teal batting 385 with runners on the young season. Another payoff pitch, and he stays alive again. This one up near the light tower on the left side. Another fastball that he just pokes out of play. Bowden already 15 pitches here without an out. Ferentz at second. Teal in a full count once again. Stays alive, and each foul ball brings a bigger cheer from that Virginia dugout. "16 pitches now without an out for Bowden. Can the Cavaliers finally crack this Sooners bullpen? Drives this one high, out to center. Walk, drifting back, makes the catch at the warning track, but Ferentz will tag from second. Aiden Teal just missed that one, but it's a productive AB because Jacob Ferentz now stands at third base with one out. What a battle that was between Aiden Teal and Jason Bowden. "11 pitches before he finally flies out to deep center field. He nearly got it over the center field wall in the deepest part of the ballpark. Now, can Trey Wells deliver again? Hadn't played a game in a Cavalier uniform until yesterday. He's been on base all 3 times, reached on an error his last time up. Just looking to put the ball in play. He may face a new pitcher, though. Because coming out to the mound, it looks like Skip Johnson is ready to give another guy an opportunity. That was a big out, considering the at-bat that Aiden Teal put together, fouled off 4 consecutive pitches and 6 of 7 in that at-bat after getting 2 strikes in a 1-2 count. Sooners haven't made the move yet, so it may not be a pitching change. In fact, I think they are going to stick with Bowden here against the right-hander Trey Wells. So Bowden earns another batter by virtue of that hard-fought win against Teal, although Teal did advance the base runner into scoring position, or into third base, I should say, really, because now with 1 out, Trey Wells is just trying to put the ball in play and hope that Ferentz can score the game's tying run. Cavaliers still don't have a hit since the 3rd inning. Trey Wells going up aggressive, but can't get to that first pitch. It's like a cutter there from the right-hander Bowden, breaking just off the plate late. Tough for a right-hander to deal with there. Trey Wells trying to deliver. Hits it high out towards center. This should get the job done. Walk comes over, makes the grab. Ferentz tagging from third. Throw comes in, not going to be in time. Sac fly from Trey Wells. Virginia ties the game at 4. So without getting a hit, Virginia is able to score the tying run here in the top of the 8th inning. A walk to Ferentz, who advanced to second on a pass ball. Then advancing to third on the fly out after a 12-pitch at bat from Aiden Teal. And then Trey Wells delivering once again for his team. Harrison Didowick, the batter now. Started the hands, pulled back. Didowick would love to get going here for his team. Just 2 hits in his first 21 at-bats to begin the season. He's 0 for 3 today, but does have a run score. Gets a piece of that one, and it's 0-2. Bowden just trying to get his team back to the dugout here. It'll be top of the order due up for OU in the bottom half of the 8th. We've been treated to a tight contest here this evening to end the Round Rock Classic. At the Dell Diamond, here's the 0-2 to Didowick. Outside, ball 1. Harrison Didewick's night thus far. A bunt in the second inning that turned into a fielder's choice and an error on the catcher that resulted in the first run scoring for Virginia. Since then, a strikeout and a flyout. Here's the 1-2. Pounds it into the ground in front of home plate. Mother's going to field it and throw to first in time for out number 3. Virginia's able to get the tying run across, though, on the sacrifice fly from Trey Wells. Jacob Ferentz scores to make it 4-4 as we head into the bottom of the 8th inning. Drew Conan back to the mound for Virginia when we return here at the Dell Diamond and the Round Rock Classic.
Defensive change for Virginia. Number 3, James Nunnally, now beginning to play left field. That is a straight-up change in the 8 hole for Harrison Didewick. Number 3, Nunnally, now playing left field and batting 8th.
Virginia pushes one across in the top of the 8th to tie this game at 4. Now Oklahoma will look for a response. Drew Conan still on the mound here for Virginia. OU would take the lead last inning. And a bit of a wild play to end the frame. A 5-4 ground out and then obstruction called at second base when the throw got away from first. Jason Walk, the switch hitter. And then because of the slide that took out Henry Godbout at the bag, the play couldn't take place, and so it was obstruction on the runner that was out. Walk against Conan here takes a pitch high from the Dartmouth transfer, Drew Conan. Sophomore out of Park Ridge, Illinois. Played last year in the Ivies. That one runs in on Walk, and it's 2-1. Jason Walk, an RBI double that tied the game his last time up in the 5th inning. 17 appearances last season for Conan at Dartmouth. Struck out 23 batters in 24 2/3 innings of work. Misses outside here, and he's trying to avoid the same mistake that Oklahoma made by walking the leadoff batter here to begin the 8th. 3-1. And unfortunately does just that. Couldn't find the zone, and Walk will take his walk. And good speed over there. Already 3 stolen bases and 5 attempts this year for Jason Walk. Drew Conan and Jacob Ferentz are going to have to be vigilant about the base runner now. But you also can't forget about the guy with the bat in his hand, Jackson Willits. Got the Sooners on the board back in the 4th inning with a solo home run. They're going to try to play a little small ball here. Laid down the bunt, but it did not trickle into fair territory. Tomas Valinkis gave the Cavaliers 6 good innings with 3 earned runs, and then OU got to the bullpen for 1 in the 7th. Here's the 0-1. Conan's going to throw over. Jacksel with 1 out. Barker came in, faced 1 batter. And then Conan got the final 2 outs on that crazy play to end the 7th. Willits goes the other way and fouls it away. Jason Walk with a big lead off of contact there, you can tell. He's going to try to score on anything down the line or in the gap. Virginia outfield is fairly deep, trying to play no doubles here. 0-2. And he just misses. Ferentz liked the pitch, but just a bit outside there. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Arroyo holding the bag at first means there's a lot of room to the pull side for the left-handed hitting now Willits. Switch hitter, but had only batted from the right side to this point. Facing Tomas Valinkis 3 different times. Got him once with a solo shot, but he also struck out twice. 6 strikeouts for Valinkis today as Conan is going to throw over there to first base. 5 hits, 3 runs all earned, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts for the freshman lefty today. Conan trying to work around a leadoff walk here. Ground ball, sharply hit. Arroyo can't field it. It's foul. Thought it was going to be fair at first. Arroyo bobbled it, and then the umpire calling everybody off, saying that was in foul territory when Arroyo touched it. Umpire standing right behind Chris Arroyo, has the best vantage point of anyone in the ballpark. So the count remains 1-2, and we'll do it again here. Would have been a perfect double play opportunity for the Cavaliers. Instead, here's another pitch from Conan to Willits. He bounces that one in, well in front of home plate. Ferentz blocks it, and he keeps it in front of him. It got into the field of play, but because Ferentz had his eye on it the whole time, Walk decided not to try and test the Virginia backstop. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. That was a curveball from Conan that just got away from him. Maybe released that one a little bit late. High in the air to the left side. Charging in is the newly entered James Nunnally in left field, who makes the grab for out number 1. Nunnally entering the game in left, replacing Harrison Didowick. And Nunnally makes the grab. Ran in, hat came off, and maybe a few steps to ensure that he was going to get underneath it there. Reach both hands up to make the grab. 1 away. So nice job by Conan there to induce that fly out without a runner advancing. And now Trey Gamble. First pitch from Conan just misses low and outside. Walk has not really shown that he's looking to take off at a moment's notice, but you can't fall asleep on the mound. He is going to go now. Ground ball up the middle. Could be trouble for Becker. He has to backhand throw across his body. Not in time, and Walk goes first to third as well. Looked like the hit and run was on there for the Sooners, and just one that Eric Becker did his best, charging hard, but the throw not in time, and Walk never stopped, rounding second. Hit off the end of the bat and just spun out towards shortstop. Becker, maybe in hindsight, had he held on to that, would have been able to get Walk at third, but he had no clue where that base runner was behind him, so can't really fault him there, and he made it a close play at first regardless. Just a game of inches here. And now it's first and third with 1 out. Go-ahead run 90 feet away. Batter is Easton Carmichael. That is a single for Gamble. As Walk goes first to third, Carmichael takes the first pitch. It's a breaking ball, low and outside. We'll see if Gamble is looking to take a gamble and take second here. Ferentz is going to throw down to first to try and get him off the bag, but Arroyo retreats back, places the tag, he's safe. That was ball 2 in the at-bat. Pitch missed outside. Sooners trying to take the lead here in the 8th. And Conan comes back with the fastball. And not sure if Carmichael was not quite ready for it or if he was expecting a different pitch, but he just sort of waved the bat through the zone, and it's strike 1. Count is 1-1. Now 1-2 after the foul ball away by Carmichael. Cleanup hitter in the DH today for OU is 0 for 3. He flew out in his first at-bat, grounded out in his second at-bat, and struck out looking in the 6th. Again, all those ABs coming against Virginia's starter Tomas Valinkis, now facing Drew Conan. That one's outside. And it was a 2-2 count. Thought I might have imagined a pitch there, and it's instead a full count now. Jason Walk, the go-ahead run, standing at third base. Liner out to out to second and Godbout, and he's caught. Walk will hold at third, and so a big out there from Conan. He gets Easton Carmichael to line out to Henry Godbout, and there are now 2 away. Boy, this would be a huge pick-me-up for Virginia if Conan can find a way to get out of this jam. They got the lefty Sam Christensen coming up. Is O'Connor going to make the move here for Virginia? Does look like there's a lefty getting loose out in the pen. Conan throws the first pitch. It's a fastball high. Runners at first and third. Walk, the leadoff hitter at third after he walked. Trey Gamble with a single on the infield. He stands at first. A big lead. He may be going on this pitch. He is. No throw. Ferentz fakes the throw. They're going to call defensive indifference, so no official stolen base, but the runner advances to second nonetheless. Gamble doesn't get credit, but still putting pressure on this Virginia pitching staff by taking the extra base. And now a base hit could potentially put OU up 2. Breaking ball runs in on Christensen, and it's ball 3. Curveball that just never quite found the zone. Well, first base is open now, but on deck is Kyle Branch, who's had a whale of a game, and in fact, they are just going to go ahead and put Sam Christensen on and load the bases. So rather than bother throwing another pitch, an intentional walk to get the righty-righty matchup. And to talk this through, pitching coach Drew Dickinson is going to bring Jacob Ferentz out to the mound to talk to Drew Conan. This would be a gutsy performance by Drew Conan, but Kyle Branch is maybe having the best early season of any Sooner. Came into today, the freshman, with 9 hits in 18 at-bats, 1 home run, 7 RBIs. Today, a single, a double, and 2 runs scored. He has set the table in each of the Sooners' scoring innings in the 5th and the 7th. A single to lead off the 5th. He would come home on an RBI double from Scott Mudler, and then a double to lead off the 7th. He would score the go-ahead run at the time on an RBI single from Dayton Taki. Now a chance to drive in the go-ahead run and do some more damage potentially if he finds a base hit here, because the bases are loaded. Drew Conan has thrown 25 pitches so far. First pitch, he drops in the breaking ball for a called strike. Excellent location there from Conan, just putting it right on the lower outside corner. 0-1. Walk creeping off the bag at third. Goes back to the fastball, that time outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sooners have 4 runs on 7 hits. Cavaliers 4 runs on 5 hits. Sooners scored 4 unanswered before the Cavaliers pushed one across here in the top of the 8th. And comes back with a fastball and misses it. Seems like Conan is having a little trouble locating his pitches right now. After he got behind 3-0, they just put Christensen on with first base open. Now 2-1. Got to come to Kyle Branch, and he probably knows it. High fly ball out to right, but should be playable for Henry Ford. And Drew Conan escapes the bases loaded jam to keep this game tied. What a moment for the Dartmouth transfer. After surrendering the leadoff walk, he got the bases loaded, but he does not allow the go-ahead run to score. So we're headed for the top of the 9th inning. Virginia still hitless since the 3rd. They were able to score 1 run in the 8th. They need to find a way to push one across if they want to take a lead here late, and if they want to go home champions of the Round Rock Classic. Back in the top of the 9th in just a moment.
Dylan Cooks now pitching for number 43 Cooks.
Well, what a finish we've got in store here in the Round Rock Classic in the de facto championship game between Virginia and Oklahoma. These two teams were scheduled to play in this time slot since the schedules came out, but just so happens Oklahoma going 2-0 in their first 2 games. Virginia splitting a pair with Oregon State and Minnesota means the Cavaliers can win this one by virtue of the head-to-head matchup. They'll be the Round Rock Classic champions, but Oklahoma has mostly controlled this game late. Cavaliers got off to a 3-0 lead early in this one, but have not been able to mount much offense since. They were able to push 1 run across in the top of the 8th to tie the game at 4. Oklahoma had scored 4 unanswered before that. Cavaliers are going to try to get things going here in the top of the 9th with Luke Hansen, who is 1 for 3 with a single and 2 RBIs tonight. Struck out swinging his last time up. Faces Dylan Crooks, the new pitcher into the game for OU. And misses on the first pitch. Came in with a 4-seam fastball that missed up high. Crooks has pitched 1 time this season for OU, an inning and a third Here he delivers. That was a fastball squarely in the zone, 1-1. An inning in the third, scoreless. 1 strikeout, no walks, and Crooks has 1 save this season for OU. 1-1. Breaking ball outside, and Mudler couldn't handle it either. That save coming earlier in this tournament, actually. An inning and a third for Dylan Crooks against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Closing that one out on Friday. Hansen pops this one up to the right side. Looks like it's playable for the second baseman, Branch, who does get underneath it to make the grab for out number 1. Virginia just cannot find a way to get a hit here. They have been held hitless since the 3rd inning. They were able to score after a leadoff walk. Ferentz would advance on a wild pitch. Aiden Teal advanced him on a deep fly out to center, and then Trey Wells delivered a sacrifice fly. But Cavaliers offense needs to find a spark. Top of the order in Eric Becker. Becker scalded one pretty hard his last time up, with a long fly out to left just in front of the warning track. But he's been hitless here, 0 for 4. Who's need their leadoff man to come through here to get something going. It's 1-0. Favorable matchup for him as he's facing the right-handed throwing Dylan Crooks. Second season for the Sooners, made 25 appearances last year. Had a 1-0 record in 30 2/3 innings and a 4.11 ERA. 2-0. Line shot through the right side, splits the first baseman and second base. And that'll be a single with 1 out here by Eric Becker. Much needed for the Who's as that breaks a 6-inning drought there without a hit. 5+ innings, but Who's needed something to go their way offensively. Now can the top of the order deliver here? It'll be Henry Godbout to bat now with a runner at first. 6th hit of the day for Virginia. Becker gets his lead. Godbout wanted to offer at it. He held up, checked his swing, but the first base umpire says he went too far. I'm not sure if Godbout agreed, but looked like he went far enough from up here. It's 0-1. Becker's getting his lead off of first. Drawing some attention there from Crooks. Becker has 2 stolen bases in 2 attempts this season. Becker, Hansen, and Aiden Teal all with 2 stolen bases this season for the Who's. Godbout fouls the next pitch back, and so he falls behind here, 0-2. Crooks came at him with the fastball, 94 miles an hour. Prior to Oklahoma, Crooks, coming from Paris Junior College in 2023, out of Euless, Texas. Here's the 0-2, throws over, and they're going to pick Becker off of first base. I don't think Becker reached far enough back. I think he just didn't get back to the bag. The tag came down from Taki, and Oklahoma giving Virginia a taste of their medicine. Yeah, just never got to the bag and was way off when he tried to dive back in. Maybe a nice shot by Taki there to kind of shield Becker from going straight back into the bag, and boy, not what Virginia needed here. So 0-2 to Godbout, and that's strike 3. And Godbout better be careful because he's got some words for the umpire. I'm not sure what Godbout saw. That one dropped right in the zone there, and just you get the sense that the frustration is coming through for Virginia right now. They get the single, they get a base runner, but the pickoff, the strikeout, and Virginia's inning goes down quietly. Sooners have taken firm command in this one. They're going to try to walk it off in the bottom of the 9th. Drew Conan is going to come out back to the mound when we come back here at the Round Rock Classic. Well, Virginia got the go-ahead run on the base paths in the top of the 9th inning, but Eric Becker picked off at first base, and then Henry Godbout strikes out looking to end the inning. Just a frustrating sequence of events for an offense that has just not been able to get any momentum here in the late innings, especially after taking a 3-0 lead. And now OU will try to walk it off here in the bottom of the 9th. Drew Conan will try to prevent that. He did masterfully, trying to get through that 9th inning. Bases loaded, escape the jam, try to get his offense a chance, and now he's got to do the same thing here. Scott Mudler will lead things off. First pitch strike from Conan. Second pitch is outside. Mudler has had a solid day. He's got an RBI double on his ledger. Also a run scored. That came back in the 5th inning. Hits this one out to center. Teal waits. Now will track the flight, and it finds his glove out in center field. Drew Conan, gutsy relief performance here so far for the right-handed sophomore transfer in from Dartmouth, as Dayton Taki is the batter now. Taki looked like he might be the hero of the night with a pinch hit RBI single to go ahead in the 7th. He takes a breaking ball called strike there. After being squeezed out of the starting lineup today, comes through for his team, now trying to do the same here. 0-1, rips it, but foul. Liner over to the left side above the elevated concourse here that wraps around behind home and extends down either baseline. Here at the Dell Diamond in the Round Rock Classic. Who's Sooners to decide who's going to be able to be called the champion of this tournament. Taki goes the other way and splits short and third for another single. His second hit in as many at-bats, and he puts the winning run aboard. We'll see if the Sooners are going to go with a pinch runner here. I think they are. But can't fault Dayton Taki tonight for Oklahoma. An RBI single and then a single there to put the winning run aboard. Deshaun Harris, the sophomore from Plano, Texas, will be the pinch runner. Number 17. And that will bring up Dawson Willis, the third baseman. And boy, Harris got way off on his secondary lead, didn't go. Ferentz thought about snapping a throw down, but Harris is back, and now I imagine we might see a couple throws over here from Conan to try and keep Harris closer at hand. Although he's got a big lead over there. Ground ball up the middle. Becker steps on the bag for one to first in time. 6-3 double play to end the inning. Huge moment for Drew Conan there. How about the sophomore in relief, inducing the inning-ending double play? To extras we go. 9 innings, not enough to determine the winner of the Round Rock Classic. We're headed for the top of the 10th inning here at the Dell Diamond. Virginia will have Chris Arroyo, Henry Ford, and Jacob Ferentz due up when we come back.
Defensive change for Oklahoma. Harris, the bench runner, stays in the game in right field. 40, Christensen on the 5-hole boost back to first base. And Harris, the bench runner, now on right field. Christensen in the 5-hole boost from right to first.
Nine innings, not enough to determine the winner of this one between Virginia and Oklahoma, as Round Rock, Texas gets a little extra baseball here at the Dell Diamond to determine who will go home the champion of the Round Rock Classic. Top of the 10th, Virginia, the first crack here in extra innings. Dylan Crooks still in the game to pitch for Oklahoma. He pitched a scoreless ninth. Virginia got the go-ahead run on the base paths, but Crooks picked off Eric Becker and then got Henry Godbout looking after it looked like Virginia was going to try to mount a bit of a comeback here. Chris Arroyo will lead things off here in the top of the 10th. His first pitch is taken high. Good take there. Got to be tough to lay off when you see that elevated heat like that, but patience, the name of the game here for Virginia. Arroyo walked back in the first inning. Goes after that one. Very similar looking pitch, and you see why those elevated sinking fastballs sometimes just light up a hitter's eyes. 1-1. And Arroyo's out in front of the breaking stuff this time. Off speed, and it's 1-2. Arroyo trying to get off a 2 consecutive strikeout day at the moment. Walk and a fielder's choice before that. Virginia wants a base runner, obviously. They have only been able to muster 1 hit since the 3rd inning. An offense that was so potent last year, expected to be this year. This one driven out towards center, hard hit off of the bat of Arroyo, and it's caught in center by Jason Walk. Stung off the bat, looked like it might get down, but Jason Walk with great range out in center field, and he takes that one away. Arroyo allowed out number 1. Tough break there for Chris Arroyo. Thought he might get his team a golden opportunity here in the 9th. Instead, it's 1 away. In the 10th, excuse me. We're in extras here at the Round Rock Classic. Henry Ford, the batter now. He takes the first pitch out of the zone. Henry Ford, a single back in the 3rd inning. Other than that, 2 flyouts to left and a ground out to second. And spits on that slider, and it broke out of the zone. 2-0. Jacob Ferentz waiting on deck. 3, 4, 5 in Virginia's order, right when you'd hope. You'd expect to get some offense here. Ground ball sharply hit, backhand knocked down by Willis. He gets the bare hand to it and quickly fires across the diamond in time to get Henry Ford hustling down the line. Dawson Willis didn't quite field it cleanly, but just deadened it, and it trickled right to where his offhand was. Strong throw from the lanky third baseman, but has clearly got some glove capabilities over there. Now, first 2 gone, and Jacob Ferentz, the batter. Virginia needs some type of offensive spark. Ferentz walked to begin the 8th. He takes the first pitch out of the zone. That walk would eventually lead to the game-tying run in the top of the 8th inning. One ball, no strikes. That's a slider, and what a take from Ferentz. Close to the edge on the strike zone, and it is 2-0. Jacob Ferentz still looking for his first hit of this Round Rock Classic. starting catcher for the Cavaliers. 2-0. And that one is going to find the zone. Came back with a fastball, did Crooks that time. And it's 2-1. Ferentz, 3 hits last weekend in Puerto Rico. Scored a run as well. One of those hits, a double. He was hit 3 times and walked 3 times. Gets his bat to that one and just fouls it off. Dribbler behind home plate, and it's 2-2. Aiden Teal would love to get another shot here. He's standing on deck. He was responsible for driving in 3 of Virginia's 4 runs yesterday. 2-2 here to Ferentz. And that one gets away from Crooks. Geared up. Fastball near 95 miles an hour. Maybe a little bit of an overthrow based on the location there. So we'll see if he settles back down, and count is 3 balls, 2 strikes. Sooners want to get back in that dugout after a 1-2-3 shutdown 10th here from Crooks. Ferentz instead draws another walk. So while Ferentz hasn't been able to put bat to ball much this weekend, his patience at the plate is rewarded with another walk here. Getting a pep talk and some coaching from Matt Kirby down at first base. Wonder if the discussion is thinking about trying to work his way into scoring position. Aiden Teal put together a clinic in extending an at-bat last time up before narrowly missing his 2nd home run in as many days. Takes that one outside and nods after. Started the hands and decided to lay off the changeup. Not much he would have been able to do with that one. 1-0. Ferentz at first for Virginia. And he's going to dive back in. Now you got to make sure you don't get picked off like Eric Becker did last inning. We've seen 3 pickoffs at first base today. 2 from Tomas Valinkis and 1 last inning by Dylan Crooks. So certainly not taking any chances. And now there's a mound visit coming here from Oklahoma. I wonder if maybe they're thinking about making a pitching change to go with a lefty here to face Aiden Teal. Already 1-0 in the count. But not only would that get a more favorable matchup, in theory, you also get a better look over at first base. And I think we may get a pitching change here, though, although I thought I saw one pitcher exiting. He stopped midway and is now going back. So no telling what Skip Johnson's got in mind here for Oklahoma. Aiden Teal today, a single back in the 2nd inning. And he would score on a throwing error by the catcher Mudler. No pitching change. They are going to stick with Crooks here against Aiden Teal. Aiden Teal this season batting .357 with runners on, batting .400 with 2 outs. Both of his hits yesterday that drove home runs came with 2 outs. Here's the 1-0. Ferentz gets his lead, but he's going to step back on the throw over by Crooks. Crooks is the 6th pitcher used by Oklahoma today. The bullpen has been masterful after Cam Johnson allowed 3 runs in just 3 innings. Teal out in front of the changeup that time. You could tell he was attacking that one. Just a little too eager, perhaps. Nice job by Crooks to take something off that one. Ferentz gets off the bag at first base. Teal pops it up foul. So this is where we stood back in the 8th inning with Aiden Teal when he fouled off a number of different pitches, worked the count full. It was a 12-pitch at bat last time up. And now the 1-2. That one runs in on him, backs him off, but he's going to stand in there. Came back in with the fastball. Crooks bringing some solid velocity, 93 miles an hour with that one. Up and in. Teal now facing a 2-2 count. And that one's in the dirt. Good job by Mudler this time to protect that one. Almost threw his body on top of it. Ferentz advanced on a wild pitch in the 8th inning that allowed him to get into scoring position. 2 fly balls scored him to tie the game. Full count once again to Teal. Ground ball right side. Looks like it's playable for Branch. He throws to first in time. Inning over. Cavaliers get a base runner aboard. Can't do anything more though. Crooks works around a 2-out walk. Cavaliers bats stay quiet. Oklahoma, another chance to walk this one off when we come back in the bottom of the 10th inning here at the Dell Diamond. Cavaliers unable to push the go-ahead run across in the 10th, and so they're going to have to try and hold OU scoreless again here in the bottom half of the inning, or else the Sooners are going to be Round Rock Classic champions. Team in Oklahoma not ranked in the top 25 in D1 baseball, but ranked in a couple of different polls in the 20s and around 25 and 1 as well. So a respected baseball program, obviously. One that has come to Charlottesville and won a super regional in the past. 5-3 all time. The Sooners are against the Cavaliers. Virginia trying to change that as Drew Conan fires in another first pitch strike. Jason Walk is the batter. Walk has been a big part of this Sooners comeback. He doubled home the tying run in the 5th, got aboard in the 8th. Looked like the Sooners might be poised to take the lead late there. Shows bunt, instead pulls back and takes strike 2. Drew Conan deftly navigating out of a bases loaded jam in the 8th inning, and then induced a 6-3 double play to end the 9th to send us to extras. Here's the 0-2 from Conan to Walk. That one drops in the dirt. Jason Walk, the switch hitter and speedster at the top of the order for head coach Skip Johnson in his 8th season, leading the Sooners. 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Arroyo playing close to the line over at first base, but mostly straight up is the infield. Ground ball out towards Godbout. He drops to one knee to ensure he fields it cleanly, does so, and that is out number 1. Can't say enough about Drew Conan coming on in relief right now, working on a scoreless outing when his team needed it the most. 3 innings so far, and hoping to get through this 10th inning with his team and another chance to take a late lead. Cavaliers scored 3 runs in the 2nd inning. Bats have been mostly quiet since. This one hit hard to center. Teal tracking it though, has to move over to his right. Off the bat of Jackson Willits, it's a fly out for out number 2. Should we mention this is the 2nd time through the order for Drew Conan because he first faced Jason Walk to begin that 8th inning. And he's been able to keep this Sooners offense off the board when it mattered most. 2 outs now here in the 10th. And the batter is Trey Gamble. 2 singles for Gamble and 2 ground outs to second base as well. Stung off the bat towards center, but playable again for Aiden Teal. And we are headed for 11. 10 isn't enough after 9 wasn't enough. And a shutdown, 1, 2, 3 inning for Drew Conan. If that's his last batter, Drew Conan, right now the team MVP for the Cavaliers, but someone can still make their moment when we come back here in the top of the 11th inning here at the Dell Diamond and the Round Rock Classic. Top of the 11th inning. We're due for one more frame at least. But Virginia trying to put the pressure on the Sooners and score the go-ahead run here late and hopefully hold on to be Round Rock Classic champions. The Sooners are 2-0. The Cavaliers are 1-1, but the Cavaliers can win this one. Taking down the Sooners would mean they would be the tournament champions. There's a championship belt on the line. Cavaliers took that in Jacksonville last year, part of the Jacks Classic, a similar tournament put on by D1 Baseball last season. Cavaliers went 3-0 down in Jacksonville. Trey Wells will lead off the inning, and he swings through the first pitch from Dylan Crooks, a fastball on the inside corner that Wells can't do much with. Trey Wells, sacrifice fly to bring home the game-tying run his last time up. Swings and fouls that one off, and he's behind here 0-2. It'll be Wells, Nunnally, and Hansen in this inning for Virginia as James Nunnally replaced Harrison Didowick in the field. And he's going to get a chance to bat, it seems, as his team tries to go ahead here late. Wells takes that one outside. Slider that broke away. And Trey Wells with a single and a run scored and 1 RBI tonight. The D2 transfer in from Wayne State College. Here's the 1-2. Another breaking ball that he watches break out of the zone. 2-2. Wells with a double yesterday and a solo home run, a single today, and a sacrifice fly. Also was hit by a pitch and scored a run back in the second inning. Here's the 2-2. And he goes down swinging. Nasty changeup there from Dylan Crooks. Just dives towards Wells low and inside, and he can't resist. Strikeout for Crooks. It was his second. He gets one out here to begin the 11th inning. Tied at 4 between Virginia and Oklahoma, and now James Nunnally, the freshman, will get a chance with the bat in his hands here late. Started the prior 2 games for the Cavaliers. Coming off the bench tonight and takes that one low and inside. James Nunnally, true freshman out of Aldie, Virginia, Light Ridge High School. Trying to spark his team here late. Luke Hansen is on deck for the Cavaliers. That one's high, and Nunnally works in a 2-0 count. On the young season so far, James Nunnally 4 hits in 18 at-bats. He's also scored 4 runs, which is the most of any Cavalier. At least was until Aiden Teal scored one earlier tonight to match him, but still, impressive debut season for the freshman so far. 2-0. Drives this one out to left, and getting underneath it is Gamble for out number 2. Hit it pretty hard, but just got under it. Dylan Crooks continues his shutdown performance out of the bullpen. It's been 2 masterful performances. Drew Conan for the Cavaliers, and really a collective effort by the bullpen here, the Sooners, but Crooks 2 2/3 here late. Gavin Jones also 2 1/3 in the middle innings to really stem the Cavaliers offense that has not recovered since that 3-run second inning. Luke Hansen now with the bat in his hands, breaking ball outside, it's 1-0. Just get the sense offense is just waiting to get going, and it just hasn't to this point in the season, and this weekend's been a bit of a struggle. Breaking ball outside now, but Hansen has a favorable count at 2-0. Hansen was able to get the Cavaliers out in front early. He had a 2 RBI double back in the back in the second that drove home 2 and put the Cavaliers up 3-0. 2-0 here, make it 3-0. And if nothing else, he will certainly take a walk here late to turn things over back to the top of the order. Hansen waits 3-0, taken all the way. And he waits for a 4-seam fastball in for a called strike. 3 balls, 1 strike. So Hansen will still be looking for a pretty perfect pitch to hit. Skies it to the middle of the field in shallow center. It'll be Branch drifting back, calling everybody else off to make the grab for out number 3. Well, Virginia, the offense, not there tonight. It'll be up to the bullpen to try and keep this thing scoreless. How about Drew Conan heading back out there for another inning of work? We'll see if the Sooners are able to end this one. It's the bottom of the 11th inning. We're still tied at 4 between Virginia and Oklahoma here at the Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. We'll see if we can determine a winner here in the 11th inning. Oklahoma has another chance to walk off. They've been unsuccessful in the 9th and the 10th. Drew Conan has provided some shutdown innings, but he'll be facing Easton Carmichael, Sam Christensen, and Kyle Branch here in order. 4, 5, and 6 for the Sooners. First pitch, breaking ball. That is a swung on and missed by Carmichael, who has been held hitless today. He lined out to second base in a big spot his last time up, part of that 8th inning in which Drew Conan left the bases loaded. Fouls that one away, and Conan quickly up here, 0-2. A game that started right around 4:25 here locally, now approaching the 4-hour mark as Conan tries to go to the slider that time, and it bounces into Ferentz for ball 1. Had a couple of pitches to play with here, but fans just enjoying some much nicer weather than we've had the previous 2 nights. Here's the 1-2. Good pitch, but just misses on the outside corner. Went back to the breaking stuff. And a couple of inches off the plate. Carmichael, the DH today, batting cleanup. Here's the 2-2, and he misses outside again. And got to be careful not to lose him here. Oklahoma coming in to today. 16 stolen bases already through 5 games. They'll certainly look to put pressure on Virginia. Full count. Hit in the air towards right. It's a long run for Ford. Godbout's going to drift back, and he will make the catch. Going back over his left shoulder there. Really nice play by the second baseman because Ford was playing deep into right. So Drew Conan has retired. 4 straight Sooners. Got a double play ball to end the 9th as well, so make it 5. And that'll bring up Sam Christensen, the first baseman. 2 walks for Christensen, including his last time up. Ground ball towards Arroyo at first, but Christensen's going to pull it foul. Christensen started the game at first base. Then, when Dayton Taki entered the game, moved to right field. And when Deshaun Harris pinch ran and stayed in the game defensively, Christensen moved back to first base. So he stayed over there on the right side of the field, between first base and right field, just trying to do something with the bat here. Here's the 0-1. In the dirt, more breaking stuff. Curveball that time at 78 miles an hour, coming in with some over-the-top spin from Conan, who's worked that curveball and slider in with the fastball so far. Nobody throwing right now for Virginia. They feel pretty comfortable handing things off to Drew Conan for the time being, although if they get a base runner, I imagine things will spring into action at a moment's notice. That one in the dirt, and Christensen has worked a 2-1 count. Well, Christensen came up in that 8th inning with runners at second and third, never got a pitch to hit. He worked a 3-0 count, and then Virginia just decided to put him on and face Kyle Branch instead. Christensen fouls this one back, and the count runs to 2-2. 1 out here in the bottom of the 11th inning in a tie game at 4. Extra innings here at the Round Rock Classic to determine a champion. One team is going to go home thrilled. Oklahoma would be overjoyed with a 3-0 performance, especially in this field with 2 top 10 teams. Virginia, as this one is fouled back just to my left here. Virginia trying to make it another 2-1 weekend. Maybe not the most ideal start they had envisioned, but if they can win this tournament, they'll be feeling good, especially in a field with a top 10 Oregon State club and this OU ball club out of the SEC. That's outside, and now it's a full count. Regional-like setting here. In fact, you maybe even have 3 potential regional hosts down the line in Virginia, Oregon State, and Oklahoma. Hard hit ball to the right side and through. Great at bat there from Sam Christensen. Ford's onto it. It'll be a single for the OU first baseman, but now the winning run is aboard. For Kyle Branch, who's got 2 hits in tonight's game and has been very impressive to begin his OU career as a true freshman. Came into tonight leading the team with 9 hits in 18 at-bats, 1 home run and 7 RBIs as well. Hard hit ball to short. Becker has a little trouble fielding it, gets it to Godbout. 6-4-3, double play to end the inning. The second time that Drew Conan has induced a ground ball to get himself out of the inning with a double play. What more can you say about this gutsy right-hander as he gets Branch to end the inning? 11's not enough. After 10 wasn't enough. After 9 wasn't enough. We're headed for the top of the 12th inning. Virginia needs to mount an offensive threat here as they will try and put the go-ahead run aboard and potentially get the winning run on. But we'll see what the Who's have in store. Looks like we're in store for a new Oklahoma pitcher in the top of the 12th inning here at the Round Rock Classic. Top of the 12th inning, and we're going to get our first look at a freshman lefty from Oklahoma, Jaden Barfield. What a spot to come in and make your first collegiate appearance. The lefty out of Pearland, Texas, making his collegiate debut. And what a time, as we are tied at 4 here in the 12th inning in the Round Rock Classic at the Dell Diamond. It's the top of the order for Virginia, and Eric Becker due up. He singled his last time up. Takes the first pitch, called strike. That single came in the 9th inning for Becker, but ultimately he was picked off and ended any sort of offensive threat for the Cavaliers. Now in an 0-1 count, breaking ball, he waits for it, turns on it, but fouls it over towards his own dugout. Top of the 12th inning, 4 runs on 6 hits for the Cavaliers, 4 runs on 10 hits for the Sooners. But Virginia, just 1 hit since that 3rd inning. It was that single from Becker. The offense has just gone ice cold. That's a breaking ball that bounces in the opposite batter's box and got away from Barfield a little bit there. You figure it's emptied the tank time for these two teams. Virginia will have a midweek game on Tuesday against VMI, but this is a big-time opportunity to win this tournament and take down an SEC foe. That'll look good later on if they can find a way to push a run across as Barfield misses outside. It's 2-2. Becker, just the 1 hit tonight, was 0 for 4 prior to that. Leadoff hitter and shortstop, taking over for Griff O'Farrell last year. Waits for the breaking ball, but ultimately still can't get the bat to it. Nice pitch there on the outside corner. Slider, and Barfield strikes out Eric Becker to begin this 12th inning. And now Henry Godbout is the batter. Wonder if they're going to leave the freshman in here to continue the inning. Looks like they are, even though Godbout has the favorable matchup. Godbout a single back in the 1st inning. Walked in the 7th. And then a really frustrating at bat for him in the 9th to end the inning. In fact, he got fairly close, I would say, to getting tossed out of here by the home plate umpire, but has regained his composure here, jammed up, fouls this one away. It's 1-1. You heard the thud to my right here. Cavaliers offense just needs some type of spark. Eric Becker a single, Henry Godbout a single, Henry Ford a single. But that's all from the first 4 hitters in this one. 1-1. And that's low and away. Virginia needs their All-American to come through here and give them some type of life offensively. Arroyo stands on deck. He hit the ball hard his last time up, but ultimately ended up in the glove with the center fielder. Here's the 2-1. Hitters count. Barfield delivers. Breaking ball. Drops in a strike. Big pitch there from a freshman to a consensus All-American in the preseason in Henry Godbout. 2 balls, 2 strikes now, with 1 away here in the top of the 12th inning. Pitch, breaking ball, just missed that one. Another good pitch there.
This is now officially the longest game in Round Rock Classic history.
Just got word, this is officially the longest game in Round Rock Classic history. Full count here to Henry Godbout. We're still trying to decide a winner in this one. 1 out, top of the 12th. Godbout sharply hit, foul ball, just past the third base side. Not only in innings, but also in time now. We started this one just over 4 hours ago at 4:25, and here just about to hit 8:30 locally. Still not done, and Oklahoma's going to get a chance regardless of what happens this inning for Virginia, but the Hoos are trying to put ahead the go-ahead run. Godbout high in the air to left, playable for Gamble. He reaches up and makes the grab. Godbout maybe a little out in front of that one, and so the pop out will make it 2 up, 2 down for the freshman, Jaden Barfield. 7 pitchers used by Oklahoma. They've got double barrel action going in their bullpen. I haven't seen anybody throwing for Virginia lately. Drew Conan has been rock solid on the mound. Here's Chris Arroyo. First pitch outside, ball 1. Like I said, Chris Arroyo, his first time up, drilled one towards the center field wall. Looked like it might get down to begin the 10th inning and really position Virginia to win this one, but it was caught by Jason Walk. Now watches the breaking ball fall in for a called strike 1. 1-1. Haven't seen Arroyo on the mound since that first game against Michigan for the Cavaliers, but has been a mainstay in the middle of the order so far. And that one misses, just misses by Barfield as Mudler tried to pull it up from just below the strike zone. Doesn't get the benefit of the call. And perhaps fittingly, here at the home of the Round Rock Express, you can hear a train in the distance here as Arroyo fouls that one away out of the stadium. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Henry Ford is on deck for Virginia as the Hoos just trying to muster something here in the late innings in what's been a tough offensive showing here at the Round Rock Classic, but that can all be forgotten. But Arroyo goes down swinging. Elevated fastball, and Barfield, the freshman, in his collegiate debut, goes 1, 2, 3 against the top of the Cavalier order. So nothing doing for Virginia in the top of the 12th. It's up to their bullpen again to try to hold OU off the scoreboard. Bottom of the 12th, the Sooners will try to walk it off. They've got another opportunity when we return. Championship game of the Round Rock Classic here at the Dell Diamond. Back with the bottom of the 12th after this.
Matt Lanson-Gopher, coming to the pitch for Virginia. 33 Lanson-Gopher.
Well, you got to tip your cap to Drew Conan, who after 4 2/3 of scoreless relief here, Virginia's finally got to go to their bullpen, and they'll turn to Matt Lanzendorfer, who is another transfer in this season for the Cavaliers. The grad student out of Misericordia University, part of the D3 National Championship team last season. First pitch in there for a called strike to Kyle Branch. No, that's not Kyle Branch. He was up on the scoreboard. It's actually Scott Mudler. Pardon me. Next pitch, breaking ball, up and in. So Lanzendorfer tied for the team lead in appearances now this season. Actually, he'll overtake that from Joe Colucci. This is his 4th appearance already. 3 2/3 innings with 1 save under his belt and 1 win. He fires back in with a strike, 1 2. Has not allowed a run in 3 2/3 innings, has allowed 2 hits. He's got 7 strikeouts and no walks. Really pitched well earlier in this tournament, as that one's low and away. Second appearance in the Round Rock Classic for Lanzendorfer. He pitched yesterday, 2 scoreless against Minnesota in that 4-2 Cavalier victory. 2-2, just misses outside, came with the fastball, 90 miles an hour there from Lanzendorfer. The lefty, the 5th pitcher used by Virginia, but really it's been the efforts of Tomas Valinkis and Drew Conan. But Lanzendorfer loses Mudler here, and he's going to put the leadoff runner on. And with the walk, just not ideal here for the Cavaliers in the bottom of the 12th inning. They're going to give Oklahoma a chance to get that runner over here, and Deshaun Harris is batting for the first time. He entered the game as a pinch runner in the 9th inning for Dayton Taki and stayed in the game in the outfield. Now I have to think he'll probably be asked to lay down a bunt here, as Lanzendorfer takes a long look over to first and now throws over. Scott Mudler, the catcher for Oklahoma, was caught stealing once this season, and so have to think they're going to try and force the issue. Luke Hansen is well in on the grass. Arroyo's holding the bag at first. Oklahoma first base coach coming over to clear off the corner of the base there, as we've got a momentary stoppage here. Little coaching going on from Oklahoma as Deshaun Harris hears from his coaching staff. Harris, I think, began to square up right before Lanzendorfer threw that one over to first base. And he is going to square up already. Pulls back because that pitch is outside, ball 1. Couldn't have asked much more from Drew Conan tonight for the Cavaliers. 4 2/3. Allowed 3 hits, but did not allow a run. Also walked 2 batters, but really settled in and just delivered some tremendous innings here late. He got out of a bases-loaded jam in the 8th. And then in the 9th, induced a double play ball to get us to extras. Did the same to get us to the 12th in the 11th. Here's the 1-0. Harris squares again, pulls back another outside pitch. Lanzendorfer seemingly struggling to find the zone here coming out of the pen. Second appearance in as many days, and that will prompt a mound visit from Jacob Ferentz to talk things through with his veteran lefty reliever, but new to the Cavalier baseball program. And so Lanzendorfer's got to buckle down here. He's got Mudler over at first after the leadoff walk from Oklahoma, trying to walk it off. They failed in the 9th, 10th, and 11th. And in fact, Lanzendorfer may not last in this game anymore, because Brian O'Connor is making his way to the mound, and perhaps realizing he doesn't have it, better to make the move early here with the game on the line than leave him in for a pitch or two too long. So I think we are going to have a pitching change once again here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Matt Lansendorfer unable to get the Cavaliers any outs here after a tremendous relief appearance yesterday in which he pitched 2 scoreless. So Coach O'Connor does make the move for the bullpen. And so Virginia needs a little bit more if they're going to keep this game going, while Oklahoma is thinking about ending this tournament 3-0.
22, Joe Colucci coming in the bench.
It's going to be Joe Colucci, who now will match Lansendorfer for the team lead in appearances. We'll step aside, let you hear the sounds of the ballpark here for just a moment while Colucci warms up and we get things ready for what could be a big bottom of the 12th inning. There's a runner at first and nobody out for Oklahoma. They're trying to walk it off. Virginia is trying to extend this Round Rock Classic a little longer. We'll find out who wins out when we come back. Bottom of the 12th inning. We're still tied at 4, but Oklahoma is threatening with a runner at first and nobody out. They just need to find a way to push this run across. Brian O'Connor makes the pitching change mid at bat after Matt Lansendorfer threw 2 straight balls to Deshaun Harris. He's going to ask Joe Colucci to try and get out of this jam. Harris tried to bunt. He offered, but didn't make contact. It's strike 1. Harris has not been shy about his intentions in this at-bat. He squared up on every pitch. He is certainly trying to bunt that runner over to second base. Here's the 2-1. Gets a piece of that one, but bunts it foul. And I think even with 2 strikes, we may see a bunt attempt here. We did earlier in the game from Brandon Kane. Some guys that maybe just in there in certain opportunities find themselves in big spots here. Harris was a pinch runner that entered the game in the 9th inning, just stayed in the game in the outfield, as neither side's been able to get the edge. Ground ball up the middle, past Colucci. And nobody's going to get out because Becker can't decide where to go. Probably should have just gone to first. Instead, eats it, and first and second, nobody out. And not sure what the hesitation was. Again, not wanting to go to second there, but at a certain point, you've got to fire to first. Arroyo looked like he was on the bag, but may need to get a look at the replay here to see what the situation was. However you slice it, that's a ground ball that essentially will put the winning run in scoring position for Oklahoma. First and second, nobody out, and now Dawson Willis, the bat in his hand. We'll see if he tries to lay one down. He is going to square up, but it's foul. We'll see what that ruling was. They're going to say it's a single up the middle to shortstop. So Deshaun Harris gets a hit tonight after the walk to Mudler. OU poised to potentially end this one here in the bottom of the 12th unless Colucci can work some magic. And I think, yes, we're going to have a pinch runner from Oklahoma. Mudler will exit, and coming into the game is Braden Horton. He's the junior out of Sayre, Pennsylvania. A little more speed than Mudler, the catcher. Surprised they didn't make that move earlier, but they do now. Maybe didn't want to have to force a change at catcher if they didn't have to. But here's Willis, now in an 0-1 count. We'll see if he squares up again. Hansen's pinching in, and Arroyo is charging in from first base as well. He squares, pulls back, throw down to second. They don't get him. Horton got a big lead. Becker was covering the bag, but Ferentz, his eyes lit up when he saw the amount of space between Horton and second base, decided to try it. Solid throw. And also Horton was going towards third base, so had to stop and change directions quickly there. Willis takes that one. It was a good pitch from Colucci, just off the edge. 2-1. Oklahoma, this has been their best opportunity to try and end this game since we've been tied. And he squared up again, and Colucci missed the zone once again. It's 3-1. Top of the order's due up on deck for Oklahoma, and Jason Walk, you know they're trying to get to him to potentially end this one. Willis may not even need to lay a bunt down, though, if Colucci can't find the strike zone. He finally does. Hansen gets it. He's going to fire to first. The throw's offline. It gets away from Godbout, and coming home to score is Braden Horton. Oklahoma wins this one by a final score of 5-4. A walk-off win for the Sooners, and they will be the Round Rock Classic champions on a bunt to third base. Henry Godbout running over to cover. The throw was just slightly offline by Luke Hansen, and so the error costs Virginia this one. Boomer Sooner coming from the left side of the Dell Diamond here. Oklahoma takes this one by a final score of 5-4. Heartbreaker for Virginia as Oklahoma comes into this tournament and goes 3-0. Well, maybe a little bit of an anticlimactic ending considering the misplay by the Hoos, but ultimately the Cavaliers just never really put themselves in a chance to win it late here, and Oklahoma took the leadoff walk and put the pressure on the Cavaliers, and they couldn't come through. Sooners moved to 6-0. Virginia, perhaps shockingly, now 3-3 through the first 2 weekends of this regular season. Dawson Willis mobbed out of his jersey after that bunt, and both teams shaking hands. It was a hard-fought game between these two sides. Great pitching. Tomas Valinkis with a tremendous start and some great bullpen action from the Sooners. Let's go ahead and recap this one for you briefly before we sign off as Cavaliers drop the final game of the Round Rock Classic by a final score of 5-4. Virginia would get off to a great start in the second inning. They scored 3 runs. First one coming home on a throwing error from the Sooners, who allowed the first run to score, and then Luke Hansen pushed a single through the right side and scored 2 more. That put Virginia up 3-0. The Hoos were feeling good. Unfortunately, really not much offense for the Cavaliers after that. Who's were only able to manage 2 more hits. They came in the 3rd inning, 3 more hits. 2 of them came in the 3rd inning. Oklahoma, meanwhile, got on the board in the 4th inning after Tomas Valinkis retired the first 9 batters. Well, you can say he retired them because he picked off 2 after walking 2, but regardless, faced only 9. But then in the 4th, Sooners finally got on the board with a solo home run from Jackson Willits. And that would make way for a 5th inning in which Oklahoma put up 2 more runs. An RBI double from Scott Mudler and then another one by Jason Walk. This game was tied at 3. Sooners would take the lead late with an RBI single in the 7th from Dayton Taki, who was a pinch hitter coming on off the bench. She had started all 5 games before being benched in this one. Scored the go-ahead run. Kyle Branch did after a leadoff double. Virginia, though, would find a way to push across another run after a leadoff walk to Jacob Ferens to begin the 8th inning. He advanced on a wild pitch, then a great at-bat from Aiden Teal and a fly out deep to center to advance him to 3rd, and a sac fly from Trey Wells tied the game at 4, where we would stay for the rest of this one until this one came to a close in the bottom of the 12th. But either side, some tremendous bullpen action from the Sooners. Drew Conan for the Cavaliers, also an amazing relief performance. 4 2/3 innings of scoreless relief. But really, after Cam Johnson exited this game after 3 innings, Virginia just could never mount any sort of offensive threat. They managed just the 1 hit beyond that. 4 runs on 6 hits for the Cavaliers, according to the final book, after 5 hits through the first 3 innings off Cam Johnson. It was a combination of Gavin Jones, Jamie Hitt, Michael Catalano, Jason Bowden, Dylan Crooks, and how about Jaden Barfield coming on as a true freshman, his first collegiate appearance, and he picks up his first collegiate win, pitching a shutdown 12th. In the 12th inning, the Sooners would get the winning run across after a bunt laid down by Dawson Willis. The inning began with a walk to the catcher Scott Mudler, then a single up the middle by Deshaun Harris. Dawson Willis would lay down the bunt, just trying to advance the base runners. The throwing error allowed Braden Horton, the pinch runner, to score from second base. He was running on the bunt attempt and just never stopped rounding the bases. Henry Godbout laid out trying to catch that one and just wasn't able to get to his feet. And so the Hoos fall in the 12th as the winning run would cross home on an error by the Cavaliers. Hoos dropped this one by a final score of 5-4. Taking a look at the scoring of that last play, they're going to say Willis singled to 3rd and then advanced on the error, scored on the throwing error. So an unearned run crosses in the 12th inning, and the Cavaliers fall to the Oklahoma Sooners 5-4. So after this Round Rock Classic, perhaps a reset for Virginia. They go 1-2 here in the Lone Star State, and the offense struggling for much of the weekend, and especially here late. Cavaliers fall by a final score of 5-4 to Oklahoma, dropping the de facto championship game here of the Round Rock Classic here at the Dell Diamond. Well, thanks for tuning in for this one. This was quite the game, lasting until the 12th inning, and finally Oklahoma, the winners here in extra innings as they push across the winning run here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Make sure you tune in to future broadcasts of Virginia baseball on News Radio WINA. They'll have the broadcast for you on Tuesday when the Hoos, next up, take on the VMI Keydets. That's a 3 o'clock first pitch. Pregame coverage will start on WINA at 2:45. But Adam Hawes signing off here for the final time from the Dell Diamond. Hoos go 1-2 here in the Round Rock Classic, dropping this one to the Oklahoma Sooners in extras 5-4. Well, thanks for listening to baseball here on Virginia Sports TV, and catch us on Tuesday when the Who's take on VMI. But for tonight, thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you for Virginia baseball ahead. I'm Adam Hawes signing off. Thanks for listening in.